Yeah, we're online and we're ready to go. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Everyone is here. We'll go to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I'll move that the October 4th and 5th, 2023 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following change. The addition of item 9.1, collective bargaining update, which is to remain private pursuant to sections 24 and 25.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is the yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We're just waiting for 2 more votes.
Well, I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
So many minutes to read through. I will move the approval of the minutes from the following meetings: the September 11th, 2023 City Council public hearing, the September 12th and 13th, 2023 City Council meeting, the May 8th, 2023 Special Emergency Advisory Committee meeting, the June 6th, 2023 Special City Manager and City Auditor Performance Evaluation Committee, the June 27th, 2023 Special City Auditor Recruitment Committee, the September 6th, 2023 Special City Auditor Recruitment Committee, and the September 14th, 2023 Special City Auditor Recruitment Committee.
Okay. I need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Rutherford seconded that. Any errors or omissions in the minutes, please? Seeing none, please vote.
Councillor Principe is the yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. We have few protocol items. Just give me 30 seconds. There we go. Okay, our first council recognition item today is celebrating 1 year since we announced Edmonton's acceptance into UNESCO's global network of learning cities. I am proud to be part of this international network of mayors and cities committed to lifelong education for all. Edmonton was recognized as a leading international learning city because of our long-standing dedication to learning excellence for all Edmontonians. As network members, we have also committed to sharing in national and international efforts to support inclusive lifelong learning. To mark a year as a member of UNESCO's Learning City, we are celebrating education in all of its forms all month. October is a great month for this, with events and days of recognition happening all around the world and here in our city. Days like National Teachers Day on October 5th, and Read-In Week happening this week. I know myself and many of my council colleagues are spending time reading with students across the city. Our community is still focused on lifelong learning to support social inclusion, economic development, and cultural prosperity. We do this through targeted strategies, including our city plan and our commitments to truth and reconciliation, climate action, anti-racism, poverty reduction, and access to affordable housing. We are proud that Edmonton is a leader in Canada and now on the national stage with our membership to UNESCO's global network of learning cities. I want to thank many partners who have made this possible, including our libraries, school boards, post-secondary institutions, and community partners like Edmonton Unlimited. I applaud your tireless support and commitment to providing opportunities for Edmontonians to make this city a truly special, engaging, and prosperous place to live. And we look forward to recognizing and working with many more of our learning organizations and communities in years to come. So that was the first one. I would also like to recognize that today is Sisters in Spirit Day. October 4th is a time to honor the memories of many missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse community members across Canada. And it's a time to support families who have experienced the devastating loss of a loved one due to violence. Shockingly, the homicide rate for Indigenous women in Canada has been almost 7 times as high as the rate for non-Indigenous women. Many of those lost were residents in Alberta. In 2005, the Native Women's Association of Canada spearheaded the Sisters in Spirit initiative. Their work shined a light on a long overlooked issue of violence against Indigenous women in Canada. The startling number of cases they discovered spurred them to advocate for policy changes to increase access to resources such as housing, justice, education, and employment. Today, the ripple effects of the Sisters in Spirit project continue to make an impact. Their work has inspired Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities across the country to come together each year to honor and support Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse people. Gatherings include the Institute for the Advancement of Aboriginal Women's event to honor lost voices later today in City Hall. I'm grateful that City of Edmonton can host this important event. We must never forget the lives lost, and we can't allow progress to stagnate. To make our city a safer and more equitable place, City of Edmonton is implementing our Truth and Reconciliation Municipal Response Plan and Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy. Although City Council has made significant progress in advancing reconciliation, fighting racism, we know there's much more work to do. I encourage all Edmontonians to do their part to help raise awareness and show their support for victims of violence. Together, we can create a brighter and safer region for Indigenous women and girls. And the last one, I also would like to recognize that today, this is different. Here we go. Here we go. For our final council recognition item this morning, it is my pleasure to formally introduce to Edmonton City Council our 10th Poet Laureate, Shima Robinson. Shima is no stranger to Edmonton's arts scene. She is the artistic producer of our Edmonton Poetry Festival Society and the learning and outreach manager for the Fringe. She is the author of multiple books, most recently Below, a collection of poetry with an accompanying album. We also have with us today some folks from the Edmonton Arts Council and the Edmonton Public Libraries who are our partners in Poet Laureate program. Thank you and welcome. Edmonton was one of the first cities in Canada to have a Poet Laureate program. And when Shima's term ends in 2 years, we will have had a Poet Laureate for 20 years. I think about all the progress and struggles that have happened in our city over the past 2 decades. And I'm proud we have had brilliant artists capturing those moments. But then that leads me to think about the next 20 years and the challenges that lay before us. It is easy to feel overwhelmed, even defeated sometimes. But this makes Shima's selection as our 10th Poet Laureate all the more appropriate. Her pen name, Dehemen, is the name of an ancient African Adinkra symbol. It is the ram's horns. It represents strength, humility, learning, and wisdom. All characteristics that we as a city, as leaders, and as Edmontonians should embrace. I hope that Shima's work will inspire us to uphold these values during her term as Poet Laureate and beyond. I would now like to invite Shima Robinson, the Winneman, to perform a reading. Shima, welcome.
Hello, I'm audible. Yes? I'm going to adjust slightly. Check, check.
Yes.
Good. The poem I prepared is called Landing, and I'll just launch right into it. There is a place in my heart that has been too painful to mention. A known rule from home, it will moan to me as I speak to you in tones. On the edge of the threshold where the water is cursed, doors closed on the heads of the damned near immersed. In the swelter of the scene of the blister unburst, the chattel of fell design concealed glints of sunburst. Thrust their bodies into the abandon of would-be truths denied, abused, discarded, and decried, bound in the bloodthirsty roiling of a continental lie. Saw their ancestors fly into the storm of their own shuttering eyes, concealing the heat of ore. In rage red smolder, groaning in its warp, they kept the calm of resign and the passion of rebellion, giving nuclei to atomic creations, coaxing bone memory from Atlantic skeletons, the seat of the souls of nations, risen in the form of children born only to die, living on in a brandished, blanched lie that took on the heat of the cauldron of sear and hiss. We drink deeply now down to our bones, and by the dint in our wrists, turn the gestures of livelihood into signs of a stylish diss, smiling with teeth made of enamel formed in the molten armor of our ancestors' marrow, whose captive entanglement was chained to the vile, sonorant lie of a low origin in the burr brambles of mere moment upon moment upon moment upon moment, until it became time for us to realize that we are the stolen who found a home within open stride, in the rise of distant tides that call our eyes to dizzying rounds that allow the scope and breadth for the drumming up of a calculated guess at what made that message we acknowledge with that fondness on our lips and caution in our fingertips. Each time another rebel bleeds hello, smiling through reddened teeth to keep hell beneath us, questioning its realness for the dignity of lurid, uttered curses administered as curatives that we pulled from the sticks we've picked out of the onslaught, to remind us of the customs that made us save the world we've wrought under the tutelage of our mother's uterine nurture. Her voice is reverberating through the fluid purpose turned to wind as we raise our blessed heads to the din of industry and the sordid contortions of our love of land. Her molten tones that consumed all of our bronzed arrogance and smelted our iron metal to be folded into the alchemy of our older luster that cloaks our newer customs until we cluster our complaints at the footsteps of our elders, and we've wept for their remembrance. For we have grown to know what we have been told to name as golden, the solstice, the passage of seasons, and the landing of our feet from Ari drifts into the fume of cooling pits that keeps charcoal in the springtime and fire in the winter, heat flung of a hearthstone that spits, so we could bask in their back-raised, brazen, protective rage, chasing the minions of the masters of none over the cliffs of our gods who eschew the words some of us now use for them, and reduce our slavering enemies to lovable earth, petrified in its birth. Nurtured by our thirst, we seek water, and curse what errs in our hearts, for calling the cold stainless tap of that metronome of lack our benefactor, drinking deeply of disaster to decipher its craft and unmake its math, even as it leaves us running over broken land, tongues uncracked, my proud heaving chest, my eyes, my yes man behest, less agreement than imperative pressure, my sachet in salute to the way my mother still walks defiantly past the tyrant screams built into the dreams of every immigrant queen, of every common castle built with uncommon hustle, lunging toward the affront of danger with billow and blaze that burn lasting warning into her children, who gather and rally to back down disaster at the sound of her grave, deepening laughter that buried Babel to the rafters time and time again, built this friend. So for my first friend, so I'll follow in her footsteps and track those of our people further back than the unholy steeple and the blasphemous flail. I'm a child of a war, a lover of raw strength worked into supple sound, the voices in the round that are guided by stars and ruled only by a broken conch that lost the wail of the ocean's want, that had crested its foam and froth over the wrath of our brutal crossing, that cannot softly sing another echo into the ears of the desperate bent over their own withdrawn affluence, starved for the sound of landing passage that will summon marrow to mourn in the birth of new words for known, that can have us all speak new words for home.
Thank you so much, amazing. I wish you all the best over your term, and pretty sure there'll be many opportunities for us to see you at various events, as we saw you yesterday at the diversity and inclusion dialogue with the city. And yeah, thank you for taking on this role. Wish you all the best. Cool. Okay. All right. All right, back to the boring work of governance. Okay. Okay, protocol items. Select items for debate. There we go, Councillor Hamilton.
I see 7.1 needs to be selected. I don't have questions on that, but I'll select it anyhow. And item 9.1, that's what I wanted to
Okay.
select. Thanks.
Okay. I would like to select 8.4. Okay. All right, I see no more selections.
I'll move all remaining items.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack and Councillor Cardinal, right? Okay, good. Okay. All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So I'll go to clerk at this time to read State what we have already approved.
Thank you. City Council has approved the following. Item 7.2, the Rapid Housing Initiative, Round 3, Recommendations and Update. And that is it this morning.
What else the bylaws? Okay. Request to speak, none. Request for specific time on agenda, none. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I will move first reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, and 8.10.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Just one moment, please. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, and 8.10.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading for item 8.1, 8.2, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, and 8.10.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20580, bylaw 20622, bylaw 20565, bylaw 20566, bylaw 20568, bylaw 20572, bylaw 20573, and bylaw 20574.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It's carried. Okay, Councillor inquiries. Okay. Nope. Okay.
Yes, no, I'm, oh, well, I was.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cardamel.
Great, thank you. I have the following inquiry. Can administration provide the following information via memo? 1, a list of scheduled closures of all arenas broken down by individualized sheet for the remainder of the 2023-2026 budget period. Memo should include seasonal closures and scheduled closures for maintenance. 2, revenue and expense figures for each of the city's lines of service in a shareable format, such as CSV or XLS document. and that these figures reflect the final approved 2023-2026 operating budget as at December 31st, 2023. And 3, a breakdown of total taxation revenue estimates between growth and revenue from existing properties for the remainder of the 4-year operating budget period, so the years 24, 25, and 26. I'll just very quickly add, I've had a bit of back and forth with administration. There may be some question on the second bullet, and I was late to this, so if administration wants to defer that part too, I can make that same inquiry at urban planning next week. But I'll wait for their response.
So on the proper timing for notice, that is met, right?
Requirement for notices or for inquiries is at least 2 business days before the meeting. So any counselor who wants to make a counselor inquiry needs to provide notice to the chair and to the clerk at least 2 business days before the meeting is held, at which times the inquiry would be made.
Okay, so today is the second business day of this week?
That is correct.
Okay, so does that meet the requirement? I just need to know.
You and I received notice on Monday night.
Okay. So that does.
So no, it was not.
That's not 2-day notice because Monday was stat holiday, right?
So the requirements are 2 business days.
Yeah.
So even if Monday was a full day, it was where we get 2 days before the inquiry would be made. So the notice, any inquiries that were going to be given today, we should have had it by Friday.
Okay.
But that's up to yourself whether or not you want to permit it. We have worked with Councillor Cartmel on refining the wording.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we have followed those guidelines in the past for proper notice. I would like to follow those guidelines in the past. Is there a way to make this inquiry at the urban planning? Sure. Okay. Yeah. Just to be fair to everyone to follow the process, and that allows you time to follow with the administration on the second part. Okay. Yeah. All right. Any more inquiries?
Just a sec, sorry. I don't know if my office gave it to Amergy, so I'll just save mine for urban planning as well.
Yeah. Okay. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting? None. Request to reschedule reports? None. Unfinished business 1? None. Public reports? All right, we are going into our first item, 7.1, supporting vulnerable Edmontonians winter 2023-24 verbal report. All right. Go ahead, please.
Thank you and good morning. As we get the presentation up, I will begin by sharing that in May we provided an overview of the city's planned winter 2022-23 response to supporting vulnerable Edmontonians. We are back with an update. Today we'll discuss our integrated work with the Government of Alberta, Homeward Trust, and the social service sector agencies with an overview of the status of winter shelter spaces and information on winter transportation plans. Joining me today for this presentation are David Jones, Branch Manager, Community Standards and Neighbourhoods, Stacey Galatly, Branch Manager, Social Development, Dwayne Hunter, Director, Transit Safety, Crystal Kajener, Director, Affordable Housing and Homelessness, Jared Abbott, Homelessness Response Coordinator, Travis Pollock, Acting Branch Manager, Development Services, Stacey Padbury, Deputy City Manager and CFO, Financial and Corporate Services, and Carrie Houghton-McDonald, Branch Manager, Edmonton Transit Service. We also have additional team members joining us who will be available to respond to your questions at the conclusion of this presentation. Next slide, please. As per Homeward Trust's by name list, as of September 23rd, 2023, 3,119 Edmontonians are experiencing homelessness, with 1,741 being provisionally housed and approximately 1,240 self-identifying as primarily sleeping in emergency shelters or outdoors. The city continues to support vulnerable Edmontonians at risk of contracting Shigella through the funding of washroom, laundry, and shower facilities to help the intergovernmental and interagency Shigella response. Government of Alberta funded shelters have seen roughly a 30% increase in usage this summer as compared to this time last year. And Council previously approved $4.08 million to fund 150 day shelter spaces through Bissell Centre's Community Space and Boyle Street Community Services citywide community drop-in project. This funding goes through to spring 2024, and these spaces are separate from and provide an enhancement to the 24/7 shelter spaces that are funded by the Government of Alberta. Next slide, please. I must say it has been extraordinary and encouraging to watch our team and the GOA work together so collaboratively this past year. We have more clarity on winter support sooner, and that bolstered our ability to prepare for this winter. In short, there will be more total spaces in the system for this winter, and those spaces will be available sooner than last year. The Government of Alberta has made public commitments to have over 1,700 permanent and temporary emergency shelter spaces open for winter 23-24. These spaces include the 770 spaces already open, which are spread across various locations operated by Hope Mission at their downtown locations, the Women's Emergency Accommodation Centre, or WEAC, operated by E4C, and the Neighbourhood Centre on the south side, operated by the Mustard Seed. There are 295 long-term shelter spaces which are already operational at various sites, such as Urban Manor and Salvation Army. GOA also put out expressions of interest for up to 200 additional permanent women's-only and Indigenous-led spaces, up to 450 additional winter 2023-24 temporary spaces, and a second additional call for up to 200 permanent spaces, which may reduce the need for temporary spaces. I do want to draw your attention to the greater commitment for permanent spaces. That is an incredible progress from last year, where we were able to secure only temporary spaces. We know well that standing up over 900 additional shelter spaces is a monumental task and one that we want to get right. Some of the additional spaces require extra work, such as identifying additional space or looking at options such as trailers and subsequent servicing requirements, while we continue to work on longer-term solutions. That said, we are collectively on track to have most of these spaces available at the beginning of November, with the remainder to follow shortly after. Administration is working with provincial and agency partners to support them in having as many shelter spaces operating by November 1st. The city will continue to partner with Al Rashid Mosque on 50 additional spaces, which will be activated during extreme weather. The city is providing $150,000 in funding to support the work of the mosque. The Government of Alberta shares the City of Edmonton's goals of ensuring access to emergency shelter is available to Edmontonians in all parts of the city, and in particular in areas outside of the downtown core. Our team has been working with the province to identify any new locations that could possibly be activated for November 1st. However, the challenges associated with ensuring any new facility is safe and set up to meet the needs of the people it serves means our long-term decentralization objective must be balanced with the imperative to ensure all who require shelter from the elements will have access to it this winter. Administration will continue to work with the Government of Alberta to encourage relocation of shelter facilities to underserved areas over the coming months and years. Next slide, please. We know that sufficient day services for people who are experiencing homelessness have been identified as a gap in the homeless serving system. In response, on May 16, 2023, City Council approved an increase in Social Development Branch operating expenditure budget by $4.08 million on a one-time basis for the following. Bissell Centre Community Centre for $2.29 million to be spent over a multi-year period. This agreement expires April 30th, 2024, and the centre provides important services such as essential supplies, such as food, clothing, and hygiene services, Indigenous cultural services, housing services, referral and in-reach programs and services, and day services operational supports. Additionally, City Council approved funding for Boyle Street for $1.79 to spend over a multi-year period. The operations are scheduled to begin in October 23 and run to May 24, and Boyle Street plans on offering the following: to operate day shelter spaces for people to have access to basic needs and services and coffees and snacks, case management support, and transportation services from day shelters to overnight shelters. Note that the services operated by Boyle Street will be spread out throughout 20 community buildings, such as community leagues and churches in various locations throughout Edmonton. Also, the closure of Boyle Street's Community Centre in downtown Edmonton does not impact the operations or activation of these day services. In addition, during extreme weather activations, all public city facilities, including libraries, will be available during regular operating hours for respite from the cold. Next slide, please. Administration is exploring a new approach to winter and extreme weather transportation for 23-24. We've issued a request for expressions of interest from potential service providers that close on September 17th for the following services: a winter weather bus that would operate regardless of temperature, starting to operate in November with a predetermined route of transit and LRT stations that have a higher number of vulnerable people congregating, and that would transport individuals from those stations to emergency shelters with available beds. Our extreme cold route, -20 and below, would activate when the temperature fell below -20 for a period of 48 hours or longer, and would operate 2 designated bus routes to help transport people to shelter, providing more service. The next steps on this piece is to review the potential operators and finalize contracts ahead of the winter 23-24 season. Next slide, please. The information we have provided today represents the most up-to-date information we have received from our provincial partners and sector agencies, and we will continue to provide updates on any changes and additions as they occur. Administration will continue to advocate to and work with our partners to meet the shelter and service needs in Edmonton. This includes the activation of 24-hour operations at shelters, a move to decentralize shelters and services from the downtown core, an increase in day shelter services, increasing connections to transitional and permanent housing opportunities, and working with folks to meet Edmonton's aspirational minimum shelter standards whenever possible. And just a reminder that while we continue to make significant collective progress in this complex space, we anticipate that some individuals will continue to choose to shelter in unsuitable spaces like transit and encampments. We will monitor closely and work with the GOA to get as many additional day services open with the funding council funded earlier this year. We are very interested in your feedback that you have for this approach, and we are open to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. This was exempted by Councillor Hamilton, but we can go to
I
questions
defer
and
to
comments.
questions,
Okay,
yeah.
good, thank you. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for the information. So I think for me, the one thing I'm still just, we've been getting a lot of information. I'm still just wondering, and maybe I've missed it, I just love like a one-pager that sort of talks about, here's all the locations that are going to be, that are having shelters, here's how many beds each of them have, here's how many of them are going to be operating 24/7, and in what way, because I think I'm hearing mixed feedback around what 24/7 operations actually mean. Is it full operations or is it partial? Which ones are expected to remain permanent afterwards? It sounds like most of them, but again, I'm just not clear. So is that something that I have either missed, or is that something that can be provided?
We can certainly, so we've provided some updates via memos, and we can continue to do that once some of these have landed. So a number of the sites and locations that are still under investigation to see what exactly can be done by when. So when we have that confirmed, we can certainly follow up by memo.
Okay, because yeah, there have been some memos on some proposed locations. I'm just trying to get a master list of what's already in place and what's coming, and getting it all in one, because that's what I think maybe I'm missing, or again, maybe I'm just doing a bad job and haven't read my emails closely enough. So in which case I'll take the blame, and if you can resend that email, I'll happily take that.
Absolutely, we can do that, and once all of these sites are open, we will have all that information on our website to ensure deep clarity.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to do, Councillor. It's just, it changes daily, so
Yeah.
we'll keep on doing, updates with memo in the table that show what is there. Just on the, I think it's important to know what shelters are open, where they are, what the numbers are. I think the fourth piece you mentioned is what is the nature of the 24/7 and the degree to which they're minimum shelter standards. And they're all going to be varying. But we will try to articulate that.
Yeah, and that was the other piece, the minimum shelter standards, getting a sense of that. I'm correct based off my understanding, we don't have West End locations besides Mustard Seed that is sort of operating a couple hours a day right now. Is that generally correct of what we know to date?
Of what we know to date, no.
Okay. Is that something we're regularly raising with the province right now? I know they've expressed the desire to decentralize, and yet an area that is right now overwhelmed is not seemingly having that solution in place. And I want, I don't know how we can help them, or what actions can be taken to fill in the gap, and I don't want to focus exclusively on the West End. It's the area I represent. If there's other areas that have these gaps, so how are we trying to help them fill those gaps across the city?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and I think we all want to see decentralization across the city, and certainly have been looking for opportunities in the West End. We'll continue to do that. I would say that this winter we have moved closer towards that ambition of decentralization, certainly than we have been previously, and we continue to do so. So we're sort of working on the short-term solutions to make sure that we have beds available quickly for this winter, while we're also putting in place some of those longer-term strategies, for example, through the EOIs, and looking for permanent opportunities. And so as we do that, we continue to move along that decentralization spectrum.
Okay. So everything I've heard in the presentation, I just want to ask this very directly so I make sure I understand. It seems like there are projected to be enough beds to cover every person who could potentially be sleeping outside this winter. Is that accurate to say that?
Again, if all of the beds find their place this winter, we do feel that there is going to be sufficient shelter this winter for our population that is sleeping rough. At the same time, we also expect that some individuals will continue to choose to shelter in unsuitable locations, and will continue to do the appropriate outreach and trying to connect them to the services.
Absolutely, yeah, and I appreciate that risk exists. I know, we've had past years where we have rushed to fill a gap, and it does sound like this year the province is doing their part, and I want to give them credit for that and acknowledge that. I just wanted to make sure that was in fact a clear understanding based off all the information you've shared. So looks like they're stepping up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, and just since we're at council, I'll put the receipt for information on the floor. So we start with motion. And I need a seconder, I guess, for that.
Second.
Thank you.
Councillor Knack seconded.
Okay. I appreciate this information. A couple things that I wanted to follow up on. Public washroom spaces and our public washroom strategy. I don't see anything in here on anything we're doing around public washrooms, because it's definitely feedback I'm hearing, right? Like, it's undignified for folks that are experiencing homelessness, but it's also not pleasant when our LRT systems are being used inappropriately for human bodily functions.
Yeah, so remaining the public washroom strategy is especially in response to Shigella, and so we do have those same locations, and we are continuing to work with areas in the city that are expressing a need for more access, and working with our partners in city operations as well as with community to find those appropriate places to put more of those.
Are we expanding at all, or is it status quo on the washrooms front?
We are looking to expand, but it also comes with a budget, and I think that that is part of the tension of what budget is available in order to expand the services.
Ms. Padbury, can you remind me, and I know it's going to be on the fly, what did we fund for the public washroom strategy in our 4-year budget?
Can you just give me a second to double check
I just want to, if you could look into that for me. And while we're waiting for that answer, I'll just jump to a different line of questioning. So, we've been doing so much work around transit safety too. And I definitely hear that that's a place where people are going to potentially go. So what is and maybe it's for the people that are working on transit safety or Mr. Corbold, like what is our plan aside from, the warming bus on extreme weather? Like, what is our plan around transit facilities as we prepare for the winter?
Yeah, generally it's going to be similar to the approach we took last winter, where we do continue to implement the transit safety plan throughout the system. We do close down stations, for example, that once the transit system is completed at 1 o'clock in the morning, depending on the site, that we would close down those sites and then offer assistance for people to get to shelters and supports as they've done in the past. And I think the biggest difference will be the available shelters compared to last year for that transit plan to be more efficient and more effective, because there will be more places for people to go and we can offer more spaces. So I don't think, other than, some of the continuous improvement stuff we talked about at the last update to council, we'll follow a similar path. I would also say that given our experience and our discussions last night at Northgate, we're going to start to examine some of those other nodes a little bit more, Southgate, Northgate, and we're putting additional strategies for those places as well as they touch the system.
So moving a little bit outside of the central core.
Correct. And I think the other addition is, as EPS has indicated, that they're going to have more direct supports to the transit system overall.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Padbury, do you have the?
So you approved a service package for $3.7 million for the public washroom strategy, which appears to have included phase 2 and phase 3 of the public washroom strategy.
So what are phase 2 and phase 3? Like, should those be accelerated, I guess, is the question, because, you mentioned budget, but that's what I thought, there was budget allocated.
That is something that we can speak to our city operations team about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's, a huge concern, at least for the residents that I represent, but I've heard it from Edmontonians writ large, and I think it's about dignity, but also sanitary. So I would, please consider that as we face this winter as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate the update. I really appreciate all the work city staff have been doing with the province to find these spaces and get us up to the number that we need for this winter. I just want to confirm my understanding as well that the province has committed to centralization as well.
Yes, they have committed to decentralization. And this is a 5-year plan that actually is going to be coming back to Council, I believe Q4 or Q1 of 2024 to discuss the approach.
Great, thank you. I also really appreciate the nightly bus, regardless of temperature. Just want a bit of clarity on the for the extreme cold route. Did I understand that kicks in after 48 hours of -20?
Yes, we use the extreme weather activation as the trigger to initiate that service.
I guess my understanding had always been that it is triggered when temperatures drop to -20, not after 48 hours of that being continuous. So just wondering what's happening in that first 48 hours, I guess.
Regardless of temperature, there will be a bus operating. It just comes down to how many buses are operating. But we can certainly take that away and see what our capacity looks like.
Yeah, I feel like, those are really dangerous temperatures. And for someone I just worry about what happens within those first 48 hours. Also wondering what happens in those instances if the shelters are all at capacity.
When we have extreme weather, the shelters are required to take everyone, and so they will find space.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. I also really appreciated the work you alluded to in terms of working with the province to create more day shelter spaces or, community spaces during the day. I recognize that our funding for Boyle and Bissell, their day center plans are going to be closing up in March. Just wondering what the plan is at that point. Has there been conversations with the province about extending those programs? Again, just trying to think ahead about where we might be at the end of March and what funding questions might be asked of us.
Thank you for the question. We do continue to explore that, and we have very active conversations with the province and with our other partners about day services in the city. We will also be coming forward next year with a corporate plan, and the corporate plan will help us have a conversation about where the city should be considering their support to be most effective and how that works with the other governmental authorities.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm really, really impressed by the work that's happening with Al Rashid Mosque. I was wondering if any other groups have been approaching the city with a similar model, and if we do have the ability to support them if more are coming forward.
We have Crystal Kajener on the line, Director for Affordable Housing and Homelessness, and perhaps she'd like to answer this one.
Yeah, thanks, Stacey. So we haven't had any direct expressions of interest from any other faith-based communities at this point, but I will note that for the day funding we're providing Boyle Street this winter, we're expecting a number of new faith communities will be activated in the service of supporting people experiencing homelessness during vulnerable weather. And so we'll definitely be working with Boyle Street to identify any groups that might have additional capacity that we could support to, activate in a similar way to Al Rashid if they're interested, for sure.
Great. And the resources to do that are available?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think we have our extreme weather budget, which we try to allocate as strategically as possible on the city side of things, and that's what we've been using. Fortunately, these activations are actually not resource intensive. For the most part, we provide funding for security and a few other sorts of in-kind support, and so if we wouldn't. I think, we wouldn't let that be a limiting factor in supporting a group to activate additional space.
Great. No, that's wonderful. And I think, one of the huge benefits of philanthropic or faith-based organizations stepping up is that it can be so cost effective. So great that the team is there and ready to support, and hopefully we see a few more of those activations this winter. Okay. Thank you again all so much. Really appreciate it.
If I could just add, Councillor, in the last 20 seconds, on faith-based groups, Mayor and I did meet with several leaders last year on this and did get a bit of uptake, so we can perhaps do that again in the coming months and just reach out again. And we followed up with a letter last year, and that was worthwhile last year, so we can commit to doing that again.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang? No, Councillor Jans, sorry. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I really appreciate this. I'll admit the numbers are swirling though, and I was just hoping to pin down. So exactly how many 24/7 shelter beds are open as of today, October 4th, in Edmonton?
777.
777. And the provincial commitment had been to have 1,727 24/7 shelter spaces open by October 1st. Is that correct?
By November 1st.
By November 1st. Okay, so we're a little way behind, but we're working on it. Okay. And right now the plan is to put out RFPs to get more support, etc.
The RFPs are already concluded.
They're concluded, so we're hoping to have some good news soon.
The good news is coming.
Okay.
Yep.
Excellent, excellent. I was wondering, so of those spaces, how many are specifically for young people? And I'll use the federal definition of like under 30, but I know we also use the under 24.
I believe that number is 16.
So only 16 beds are for people under 30, is that correct?
Just at yes.
Just at yes. So there's only 16 beds, because I read the report, and maybe because I live around White Ave and I'm seeing a lot more young people in need right now, but it seems to be like we need a parallel strategy here from the province, or this needs to be we need to make sure that we're working more on that piece. So is there a consideration or work going on for young people?
I know that the GOA spent a lot of time thinking about the Indigenous needs and women's needs, and I know youth needs is on their radar, and we can certainly follow up and express the council's interest to make sure that need is also met.
Yeah. So if you can't get into the emergency beds at yes, and well, what's the city definition of youth? Like the feds use 30, the province uses 24? What do we use? I just want to make sure I'm using the current or correct terminology.
Well, I think, as you note, different organizations define that differently, and so we need to work with that. In addition to the yes beds, it should be noted that Hope does provide beds for 18 plus and in some cases 16 plus as well. So it's not that there are not beds that they can go to, but if you're talking about youth dedicated beds, those are the yes beds.
So if you're a 7, let's say for sake of argument, 17-year-old unhoused youth, you could go to yes, there's a chance to get one of the 16 beds there, or you could go to Hope Mission and you could sleep there. Is that correct? But Hope Mission is a faith-based provider, and so there's concerns there around shelter standards and welcomeness and everything else, not to mention you would be in a congregate setting with a whole lot of other 30, 40, 50, 60-year-old people. Is that correct?
I'd have to work back with the operator to get a complete understanding of that. But in terms of faith-based and what one might expect to experience there, I did a tour of Hope in the last few weeks, and what I saw was that it was a very sectarian operation. You know, so that wasn't. I was specifically looking to see, because you know of the rumors that people have shared, or the
Yeah,
view.
I hear the same anecdotes. I don't feel welcome there, but
Yeah.
so.
But when I walked through and spent a couple of hours there, I did not see that myself.
What about, so a 27-year-old, however, may have more options, but they could go to more of these adult sites and adult beds in other places. But yeah, I'm quite worried about the unhoused under 30, and with my limited time left, so the 1727 beds we're looking at November 1st, and work is coming soon. That's exciting. I'm wondering though where we are on the other announcements, like implementing minimum shelter standards, or transitional spaces for substance use, or those other pieces. Have we heard from the province any news on those fronts?
I expect that we'll get that information through the work of the Edmonton Task Force.
Okay, all right. Well, this is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. And Jennifer, you meant secular atmosphere, right?
Yes, secular. My apologies.
Yeah, just
Thank
want
you.
to make sure that you're understood correctly. Right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, got it. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for the update. Yeah, similarly heartened to hear about the coordination you had mentioned with the province. First time in a long time, would you say?
Can you phrase that one more time? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Is it?
Do you feel like it's a bit of a breakthrough? You know, we talk about winter emergency every year, and you started the presentation around greater collaboration and coordination, but would you say it's the first time in a long time?
Not the first time in a long time. I think from my experience, I've been feeling this momentum grow. I think that we are just seeing just the impact of that incremental shifting that's happened over time, and we're really gaining that momentum. So feeling really heartened.
Good. For the 3,000 or so folks who are homeless and the 1,240 who are sleeping rough, I don't suppose we have any kind of further breakdown of who those folks are. We know a vast majority are Indigenous, but I'm curious about how many are young people, how many are newcomers?
We have a lot of that information via Homeward Trust on their dashboard. So when I just pulled it up right now, again, so as of September 23rd, there are 682 folks who are unsheltered, 558 who are using shelter. And then they do break it down by, again, what people are willing to disclose. So 57% disclose Indigenous identity. So I can certainly send this information via memo if you'd like, but they do also break down by age. So 15% are under 15, 11% are between 16 and 24, 43% are between 25 and 44, 28% around between 45 and 64, and 3% over 65.
Yeah, and I will be curious about the newcomer one as well, and just want to echo some of the concern there about youth support. I know based on some of the ride-alongs I've experienced, I hear from the front line that they're seeing more and more young people, and to not, I guess, have a more dedicated consideration there for that group is worrisome for sure. On the day shelter spaces, I had made a motion back in May, and around greater advocacy with the province on the day shelter, and I understand, given the announcements post-election and the work that, our two administrations are doing, that motion is no longer needed. So I guess I just want, but what I'm not clear is we're funding 2.2 for Bissell, Boyle is 1.7. At what point will GOA contribute financially to day shelters?
Yeah, we can still have conversations with the GOA to ask them that question.
because I do think social service very much is a provincial responsibility as well, and I think we can do that. We can help wherever we can, but I think stronger response from the province would be really appreciated. Those numbers you had mentioned, I think I still worry very much about supply not meeting the demand, especially for people, somewhere for people to go during the day. Curious about the buses. Would the operators have a real-time count for shelter availabilities? Or are they gonna kind of throughout the night go from one to another until there is a space that frees up?
Last year, we had real-time communication between those that were operating the bus and the shelter, so they would identify where there were spaces available before they were moving to that place for transportation.
Right. I know there's chatters in the sector around, using technology or apps and whatnot, and I know some providers use those, some don't. But are we facilitating any kind of a consistent tool for providers to know?
We continue to have conversations about tools. Homeward Trust would generally manage that. But we did see, again, last winter, the use of WhatsApp to make sure that everybody had connection to one another and that we knew in real time where spaces were available.
Yeah, well, I think there's better tools than WhatsApp, but I hope we can kind of get to that point at some point for even systems coordination, right? I have a few more questions just about the shelters and the RFP coming in, but I'll save it for another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the update and all the ongoing work. Yeah, I guess maybe just to start, want to make sure that my understanding is really clear. In conversations that I've had with provincial counterparts, it sounds like they are ready to go on their end. It's just a matter of getting that space and finding appropriate spaces, correct?
So
Accurate,
there's appropriate space as well, making sure we do have a pathway to permit on the spaces that are being explored. But then there's also hiring and there's also the prep required to get that stood up. So we're certainly aiming for that early November, and any remaining spaces will be working together to get those in place as quickly as possible.
Okay, sounds good. And then on the minimum shelter standards, as was mentioned, even if spaces are available, some folks might opt to not go to those spaces for safety and security reasons. I guess how are we making progress on that front? Do we know how many spaces will meet those standards? What are we looking at there?
So the standards are varied, and it's not sort of a meet or don't meet. Certainly, we would love every shelter space in the city to meet all of the standards. Some of those are infrastructure, and you really need to do purpose-built in order to meet those standards. But in some cases, it's more in the services that are provided, diversity of operating, and so on. And so I think we're seeing really positive moves from the province, specifically in Indigenous-led shelter, and working towards more permanent solutions. When we do sort of winter by winter, that means we're left to what spaces are available and how do we do that in a cost-effective manner as quickly as possible. So as we move into these more ongoing conversations, we're already in conversations now about what's happening next year. We're positioning for more permanent spaces. That provides us more opportunity to include more of the minimum standards that we would like to see. But I would say we still have a long way to go here in Edmonton in order to meet that ambition.
Yeah, and if I could, Councillor, just add some clarity. We have defined our minimum standard of the city, and even that was difficult for us to achieve when we funded shelters in the past, and so I think it's a challenge. What I hear at the Edmonton Task Force meeting and the discussions with the province is they accept that there is a need to have a standard, which was one of the recommendations in the House List report. I have not seen a defined minimum standard from the province at this point in time. I think there's an acceptance that we have to have a standard. So I can't tell you what their standard would be, but there's certainly positive moves to move towards a standard. And I think that's one of the things we'll try to iron out in the next couple of meetings.
I would also like to note, if I could, that there will be more semi-private spaces than ever before this winter. So again, move in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And just on the standards piece, recognizing that there is not a defined standard at the province yet, we were advocating for the province to adopt our standard, though, correct? Was that our approach?
That was certainly our initial approach,
Okay.
Councillor.
Things have evolved since, though.
And well, I wouldn't say it's evolved. I think it's still under consideration. So they could, and that was definitely our approach. That was our recommended approach for sure. They just haven't done that yet, or adopted a different standard. And the Houselessness Task Force report that was published on the 1st did not say adopt Edmonton standard. It said adopt a standard. So
Yeah. No, that makes sense. And I would just hope that we can build on the good work that we've done here in Edmonton.
And if I can just offer that, a number of operators are also moving in that direction to improve their service delivery. So for example, at Hope, they have an amnesty tote that, so if you have weapons, drugs, whatever it is that are not allowed inside the location, you can lock them. No one asks any questions. So even those small modifications that reduce barrier for your entry, having special intox and detox spots, where someone doesn't have to be sober in order to access those services. So there are incremental changes in that service delivery.
Great, thank you so much. And then really quickly around youth who are experiencing houselessness as well, I think, that's something I'm hearing about more and more. Do we have a specific strategy or approach related to youth homelessness? I guess where does that fit in? Hearing that there's only the 16 beds at Yes is, quite frankly, it's alarming to hear such a low number. What's going on there?
Yeah, Homeward Trust is leading our community plan, which you will see coming back, and that will be looking as well at what are the populations that we're seeing right now, how is sort of that ecosystem, and how are those communities and populations changing and being impacted, and how can we pivot and respond.
Thank you, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to administration for all this work. It's actually really heartening to see improvements, and a lot of gratitude to the provincial government for stepping up in the way they have. It's been a long time coming, and it's frankly surreal to see it here. I'm actually a little bit not sure how to process this information. It's such good news. But I was wondering if you could remind me again, what are the percentages of youth experiencing homelessness from 24 years of age on down?
So according to the by names list from Homeward Trust, it says that from 0 to 15 is 15%, and from 16 to 24 is 11%.
Okay, so that's 26%. Can we translate that into real numbers?
Give me a moment and I can do that. They're also using that out of the full 3,119. So when we see some of those numbers of 0 to 15, I'm imagining some of those are families. So I just, just one moment, please.
Yeah, so that number is 900. And again, as Jen has noted, that will include provisionally housed as well as sleeping rough. So not all of those 900 would be seeking shelter through the emergency shelter system.
Do we know how many are sleeping rough?
I think we'd have to go back for that information.
So of 900, probably more than 16. So.
The number is 43 for unsheltered.
Okay, thank you.
Unsheltered independent youth, which I think is what you're talking about when you talk about Yes.
Right.
In that.
And it's important to state that this is all that we know of, that we've been able to tabulate. Yeah, okay. So what do we do about that? It's heartbreaking, and it just can't be. What do we need?
I think that we simply take this information back to the government of Alberta. I know that they know that. I know that they work with Homeward Trust. The Homeward Trust is the CBO that is responsible for responding to homelessness, and we can press on the delta between 16 current beds and the need of 43 that we're aware of.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
If I could just add, Councillor Audrey here, I just want to add one quick thing as well, is that we also have to worry and think about the 20 to 30,000 children in the city who are living in poverty that aren't homeless today, but could be. And I think we have to talk about that and work through our strategy on CSWB and making sure that we prevent those pathways into homelessness as well. So I share your concern on the youth that are houseless, but I'm also very concerned about the youth that are below the poverty line, because that is the next group. So,
yeah, I agree completely. Thank you for that. Next, you may not have this, but I hope you do. If you don't, a memo would be fine. But do we have an estimate on how much city dollars have been committed to supporting homelessness in Edmonton overall? Like maybe for a calendar year, for the past few years, you know, people are asking this question, and it'd be nice to have that all in one spot to be able to deliver to the public, because unfortunately there's a perception among some in the public that we're not doing anything, but it's actually quite substantial, right?
I would recommend that we bring that back with a corporate plan, if that's acceptable.
Yeah, okay. And when is that coming back?
Right now, it is scheduled for spring of next year, spring of 2024.
Okay, no. I might have to should I make a motion on this? Or
We can work to get the information to you via memo.
okay, thank you. Okay, and yeah, I do have more questions, but not enough time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please? Yeah.
Yes, I have the
So I'm looking at slide 3, winter emergency shelter spaces. Just want to understand. So 792 spaces already open, right? And or will be open by end of September, which is past. And 295 long-term shelter spaces, those are open too?
Yes, they are.
And then additional 200 for women only and Indigenous-led spaces. They're coming on board, right? They are not on board yet, but they'll be on board by November 1st.
Yes.
Okay. And then additional 450 temporary spaces. They'll be on board by November 1st.
Yes, and they'll be in a variety of spaces.
Yes,
We're thinking about trailers. You know, we are looking throughout our entire inventory of the city.
Okay, got it. And then the second call for 200 permanent spaces, that's where we don't know yet, right? Whether they'll be on board by November, right? And that's where some uncertainty is, right? So.
I will have to confirm, because some of the temporary sites or some of the temporary spaces that we would be looking for as well, again, may just require in terms of pathway to permanency plus hiring, et cetera. Okay. May not be November 1, but following very shortly afterwards.
Yeah. Okay, got it. So they'll give us a 1,700 shelter capacity.
And
all added up.
I'd just like to make a small correction. We have 777 in place. I think there was an earlier note of 792, and there have been updates and changes regarding. I just wanted to clarify the record.
Okay, got it. No, I really appreciate all the hard work that administration has done and all the support that you have provided to my office in the advocacy we got the ears of the province now. So I'm very grateful to Minister Nixon and other ministers having meetings and really looking at proactively and trying to engage. So we really appreciate that. So I know this work is still in play, and we need to have kind of better understanding moving forward into the future years on the decentralization and the permanency of these spaces. But also maybe we need to start shifting our conversation with the province around more youth-related shelters, right? Because they've been open to having women-focused and Indigenous-focused. Maybe they might be open to having youth-focused shelters, and also shifting our conversation about more permanent solutions from shelters to housing solutions, right? And once you get time to breathe a bit, right, in administration, maybe we need to start shifting our conversations around more long-term solutions.
Yeah, certainly. I don't think you would find anyone in our hallways sitting on their heels on any of these matters. I do see that the province is coming to the table on our permanent and our housing and supportive housing, and we've seen that certainly through our recent conversations. And they've more than expressed a willingness as we continue to identify acute and specific needs within the city to work with us to ensure that there is appropriate shelter for those populations. So I expect nothing but progress in that direction going forward.
Yeah,
And Ms. Gillespie, I would just, sorry, Andre. I was just going to add really quickly that we actually have commissioned a research project into unsheltered youth homelessness in my team this quarter that is exploring the issue in more depth to provide evidence to support the discussion with the province. So I just wanted to say that we are trying to be proactive on that.
Yeah, I would just say, Mayor, I don't think we need to shift the discussion. We've been having those discussions. We need to certainly, once the 1,700 shelters are established, we need to sort of talk about next priorities, which they should be for sure. But this is an ongoing discussion for sure. Yeah.
Got it. And on the youth shelter, I think maybe we can add that to our agenda for next meetings with the ministers as well, right? So I think that'll be. I don't think we need a motion for that. I think just it's something been flagged, and we can definitely add that into our conversations. On the Jasper Place Wellness space and the space that we used last year for shelter and bridge housing, I think there might be possibility of having those conversations with the province. I think they were open to having those conversations when we met with them at the regional caucus.
And those conversations between the government of Alberta and the operators of Jasper Place Wellness Centre continue.
They are continuing? Oh,
Correct.
That's good. I think that will be something to for some relief for the folks in the West End. I want to shift. Oh, I'm out of time. I have questions related to transit safety. We'll come back. Okay, I will move the second round.
Second. So that's moved by Mayor Sohi and seconded by Councillor Salvador for a second round. Please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And I will return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. On the second round, we'll start with Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, just wanted to make sure I acknowledged my failings of not finding that email from a few weeks ago, which you did in fact send. So I have that. I think that the last piece I'm still looking for then, and I heard it, is what is that public-facing dashboard? And I appreciate there's still some moving parts. And you probably don't want to finalize it till November 1st when they open. At the same time, I want to try to share some of that information. So you're going to be working on that and sharing that.
That's correct. And all of our frontline workers have the information they need, so that they're not going to be waiting for any website update. The people who need to know, they know.
Yeah. It's just more something that it's a question we continue to get asked about, and wanting to try to share the good news about what is happening on that front. So I'll await that. Not to be too, if I feel like I'm nitpicking on this, but I just want to check, when the announcements first came in July, the plan was originally for October 1st start date. So do we have a sense of what changed? Again, I don't want to sound ungrateful. I'm just curious, recognizing the urgency that we are dealing with. Do you have any sense of that?
Well, when we went back, because I also asked that question, because dates are thrown around,
Yep.
and the team did look back at the actual text of all the announcements, and they did talk about fall. They talked about the temporary spaces for November 1st. So the October 1st might have been just
Might have jumped into a lot of media reports without a firm confirmation. Okay, that's why, because I read some stories, and thank you, that's helpful. I think the other question I have, and again, this feels like this goes to some of what's been talked about of what's next. You've stated that you're already talking about sort of next year. What is our sense of? It's like, I know we're not even in the winter yet, and I'm already going to ask a little bit about what happens at spring, especially if those 450 shelter spaces that are temporary only stay temporary and they don't in fact become permanent. It feels like we had probably the hardest summer ever for people who are unhoused. Our park rangers were, doing their darndest to try to help, to respond, all of that. What are the conversations with the Alberta government around what spring looks like, especially if these sites close down, and what they're looking at? We've got a great plan of what winter's being done differently. What's going to be done differently coming in the spring so that we don't see the same situation we saw this year and to a lesser degree last year?
I think all of our partners are interested in providing the appropriate amount and sufficient service, and they'll let the data do the talking. So I think that there'll be, I think, a grand realization that, as I anticipate, there will be high utilization of these temporary spaces, and we'll be able to make the case that we need sustained spaces and flip them from temporary to permanent. That was my hope.
So that'll be a push. Do we have I guess I'm curious right now how things are going, recognizing we're entering into colder seasons, things like response times with our park rangers. How are they doing after this year? How are things for them? I know it's been a long time for them, and they haven't been able to respond as quickly as they would have liked. What are we looking at like that for now?
Well, I think everyone is aware that complaints are up, and everyone's doing their best to respond in a timely fashion based on their assessments of the various folks who are sleeping rough. How they're doing, they are tired. There's lots of overtime, but I think that when we communicate with our front line that these new shelter spaces are coming online, they feel hopeful, because everyone wants to do the best thing for the humans that they encounter, and to know that there are now more places and spaces to take people who are willing to use those services is definitely a boost to morale.
Is part of the data we're sharing with the province related to how our response is and sort of how overwhelmed I think they've been, in part because well, I'm just curious about that. We're talking about the numbers of people, but wondering about if they're seeing that data to help inform some of their decisions around changing from temporary to permanent.
We have numerous conversations and share all the information in an attempt to demonstrate the need that we have.
Okay. All right. That'll be it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nag. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I have 5 questions, and I can ask them, but I may need a second round to get the responses. So the first is just clarifying on the buses. So that's not ETS. That's not going to be taking ETS buses out of service, as I read it?
Can I get Carrie Houghton McDonald, who's on the line, to respond, please?
Sure thing. No, we're looking at an external partner to provide that support. It'll be done more reliably. It'll not require as much overtime from city resources, and it'll be done in a more cost-effective manner.
And it'll be communicated, recognizable, all of that, so the clients know what make sure to get on that bus, not that bus. That's great.
Exactly. They're still going to work with us to get access to the supports, and they'll provide the fleet as well.
I was wondering about the Shigella piece, and this may be not us, but Alberta Health, but what did we learn through that? What's being done? What changes, standards, practices have grown so that we don't have Shigella outbreaks at shelters or in spaces?
So I think we have the hygiene program, which was shown to be quite successful and very valuable in the community. We've also learned in terms of our response, not so much a change, but the importance of monitoring what is happening in terms of encampment, watching for size, being mindful of potential challenges to individuals, whether inside encampments or outside, in regards to health or safety. And that's how we look at the encampments across the city and identify where we may need to intervene. And so I think it was reinforcing of that rather than changing of our approach.
So, because some of the Shigella outbreaks were in shelters though too, right? Like, and that's not us. That's not the city. That would be, we would need Alberta Health Services, or we would need the providers to figure out an enhanced practice there.
And that's certainly what we saw. And so there were tables convening our providers and AHS having ongoing conversations about the situation, how it was progressing. And we certainly saw, I did, of course, our walkthroughs of our shelters as well, and looking at the changes that they were making in response to what they were seeing. So everybody very live to both the issue and how it's progressing, making sure they're communicating and responding in terms of what's happening within the shelter system as well.
Yeah, because that was part of the minimum shelter standards is cleanliness and all of that. So glad to hear that's moving.
Yeah, and it continues to be a live situation, and we'll continue to monitor that as it progresses.
Yeah, and they do have a deep cleaning protocol when there is a Shigella outbreak.
Awesome, thank you. The next question I had was, so I'm looking at the by names list and it's growing. Do we know what the driver of that growth is? Like I saw a stat, something like for every time rent goes up 1%, an X number of people become homeless. Do we know that? Or I know we have the 49,000 in core housing need, but is this rent increases? Is this interest rates? Is this all of the above?
Yeah, so as you've noted, we do see the by names list going up. What is interesting is that we see the unsheltered rate staying pretty steady over the time, at least from last year to this year. So there's that increase in provisionally housed, unhoused population. We're never going to have A to B, 1% is causing X percent here. It's a very dynamic and fluid depending on the social and economic context. Certainly we've seen across our society a destabilizing in a post-pandemic space for a number of different reasons. And so right from housing supply, housing affordability, as you well know, we're working very diligently on that. To simply economic stability across different sectors can all impact that. So we continue to monitor that as it progresses, and I expect again that you'll see some of that commentary come through in the community as plan as well. How is that changing and what's happening in our city
And
today?
what's currently offered in terms of a rent supplement or like an emergency supplement or bursary or something?
Are you asking from the city or from the province?
Province.
From the province. I would have to get back to you on that answer.
Thank you. And I have two more questions. So.
Yeah, no worries. So you're going to stop here and then come back for a third round? Okay, no worries. Councillor Tang, you can ask.
Thank you. On the Shigella response, can you just remind me if Alberta Health or AHS is providing funding at all to the city to do some of those response?
I'll look to Director of Housing and Homelessness, Crystal Kajener. Do you have an answer on that we could provide in this moment?
Sorry, Councillor Tang, could you repeat that quickly?
Is Alberta Health or AHS providing funding to the city for the Shigella response?
No, there's no direct funding coming from AHS or Alberta Health to the city for Shigella.
And is the expectation there then kind of a cost-sharing structure where we're all kind of pitching in different ways, and this is sort of what we're contributing here is the city's contribution?
That has been added to our intergovernmental list of things.
Oh, okay. Sorry, what does that mean?
That when we speak to the province, especially about our budget ask, we say, we've paid for these things and we would like to be recouped.
Appreciate that, thank you. And Crystal, I'm glad to hear about the research that is happening on houseless youth. Just want to connect the dots a little bit. There is that active motion around the Violence Prevention Action Plan. And I think part of the intention there is to focus on youth as well, while it's not causal, obviously. But just, there's, I think in the same bucket or alignment around youth-centered work. So just want to flag that. And then we're about 3 weeks away from November 1st. And it sounds like we're going to be able to get to that 1,700 pretty capably, right?
Yes.
And will we then, will council be expected to receive a memo as we get closer to that date?
Yes, as things become more finalized, I am all about keeping you informed, and so memos will be en route.
Awesome, thank you. And I'm curious about, on the south side, there used to be the Trinity Lutheran. Is that still part of the conversation, or is that the same as the Neighbor Center now that they have their dedicated space?
Crystal, are you able to respond to this one?
Yes, the Trinity Lutheran had been used in the past temporarily, and then most recently was used as a swing space while they completed some renovations. But the intent is that the Neighbor Center will be the permanent facility on the south side and will be the one that's regularly operational. It's possible it could be used again in the future for temporary respite, but that's not the plan.
Okay, gotcha, thank you. I'm not sure what's going on with my timer. And one more question, just last year or earlier this year, we've heard that there's been discussions with community leagues. Wondering if any of those kind of panned out, or, you know, knowing that some of the community halls were interested and open to that discussion about alternative uses for the halls.
Crystal, do you have any comments on that today?
I would just say that Boyle Street Community Services has been exploring a number of non-traditional venues through the in order to be able to use the day service funding that we've provided them. And so far to date, no community leagues have expressed interest in participating.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And on Boyle Street, I just want to be really clear, because I think when we approved the day shelter funding a while ago, their lease situation wasn't part of that circumstance at the time. So for that 1.7 million, will they still be able to deliver the same outcomes as before their lease was up, given the current distributed setup?
It is our understanding that that will continue, that their interim service delivery spaces have been communicated, and we'll continue to monitor, and if there's any problems, we'll address it.
Mm-hmm. I think we know the setup and kind of the number of people that would be serviced under that new setup. Is it the same as the previous, under sort of one facility, kind of? Do you have a sense of that? And
they've only been operating in the new area for 4 days, so if I can respond by memo on how their operations are looking, I could probably do that.
Awesome, thank you so much. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much for the update, and appreciate the support that has come from the government, and we'll highly encourage that we continue those lines of communication.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I just want to follow up on my last round, and again, I'm going to take the same page from Councillor Knaxvik. If I missed it, I apologize. Is there a possibility to get a memo with where we are at with that service package and timing for the public washrooms strategy?
Yes.
Okay, I would like that, please. Thank you. And then I had a similar line of questioning to some of my colleagues around demographics, because we know that, 1,700 isn't all the same population, and I know some of my colleagues have dug into youth and newcomers and women, et cetera. I guess that is one of my questions, is within the composition of these shelter spaces, how are we taking into consideration gender identity?
Well, Homeward Trust, as they do their own deep dives of the by names list. So, for example, they've identified that 3% have identified as gender diverse, for example. And so...
But a lot of times, like, again, I just want to clarify that just because somebody's gender diverse, so somebody could be trans, they identify as a woman, they wouldn't consider themselves gender diverse because they are a woman. So that probably is bigger than 3% then, no?
Well, they have an asterisk saying that gender diverse category includes transgender, two-spirit, non-binary, and other response.
But somebody has to self-identify as transgender as opposed to identifying in the gender that they identify with. Is that correct? Would that be how the by names list works? They have to self-identify as transgender as opposed to...
That's right. They would need to self-identify. I think in your question, what you were getting to is, how are we managing this?
And even just women, right? Like the ratio of men to women that are sleeping rough, that are unsheltered right now, is not 50-50, right? So how are our beds, as we're building these 1,700, how are we thinking about making sure that these beds work for the people that it's there to serve?
Yeah, so Homeward Trust continues to have these conversations with the operators and making sure that the spaces that are available are as accessible and relevant as possible to the population. For example, Hope Mission, when I last did a walkthrough in Hope, we had a conversation about this, because certainly we have our men's space and we have our women's space. And so I said, well, what about those who are perhaps not comfortable in either one of those spaces? And they did identify that their couples spaces is also being used to support those who may not be comfortable in either the men's or the women's spaces. So certainly I think the system is trying to accommodate, but I would also say that we probably, like many things, have a long way to go. And so I'm encouraged by the conversations that are happening and look forward to seeing both our operators and Homeward Trust continue down that road.
Okay, and yeah, and again, I think there's lots of dynamic factors, and we had that really great research that was done. It was more on encampments, but I think there was a lot of insights into the unsheltered population in Edmonton, and thank you, Councillor Tang, for that motion that brought that report forward. Even something, I know we often don't think about it, but pets. Are we seeing folks that are unhoused with pets? What's happening there? Do we have a partnership with like the Humane Society if they need to leave their pet somewhere?
To date, this has been a tough space. That the capacity of those agencies who are operating animal shelters are already quite at capacity. This is something that we've been thinking about. We have some jurisdictional scan information that talks about how if there are pets being thought of in shelters, it is like one more barrier that does get removed. So it is part of a larger conversation, but if there's any action on that in this moment, there is not.
Okay, I was under the impression that the Humane Society did take, would house pets of unhoused folks if they needed shelter space. Maybe it's just when the extreme weather, is it just in the extreme weather activation?
I'd have to confirm that, Councillor Rutherford, but I do know that there is a Humane Society pilot around this. As current, we don't have shelter spaces that accept pets, and that can be a really big challenge. They
still have to be separated, right? That's the main challenge.
Yeah, but again, I think the community is trying to find creative solutions, but we're not quite there yet to a very clear answer for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, I was connecting the shelter with the pet. My mistake.
Sorry. No, apologize. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just touching on something, one of the concerns I think that former Councillor Nicol had when he proposed the minimum shelter standards was the proselytizing that was sometimes happening. I'm just wondering if we have an update on that.
My apologies, Councillor Paquette. Could you please rephrase that question?
Sure. One of the concerns that prompted former Councillor Nicol to propose the minimum shelter guidelines was that Council was getting a lot of reports of people who were trying to access shelters who felt that one of the conditions for them being there was that, especially for survivors of residential school and their families, that they had to listen to a certain amount of proselytizing or specific messaging on a religious basis.
I know that this has been something that's been talked about in the past. I can tell you I've asked the direct question myself of a number of operators, and I've been told that that is not the practice.
It may not be the practice, but that doesn't mean it wasn't happening. So I'm just wondering, how do we thread that needle?
Some of the suggestions I've made to operators is that they need to put out more obvious signage, like everyone is welcome. I walked through some of those spaces and I said, we have an opportunity here to make this look less clinical and incorporate some art and expression that for many folks so that they would feel that this is a more welcoming space, and that those recommendations were received well. And I have expectations and hope that some of the ways in which these operators communicate to folks who would maybe use their services is more welcoming to them.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. Reading scripture in the morning at the start of the day. I think that's fine for people to do, but maybe for residential school survivors, that's a traumatic experience that drives them away from certain shelters. Is that sort of thing still going on?
May I ask how recent that disclosure was made to you, for how current that practice is?
Maybe like 24 months ago. So, but I haven't had an update since then.
I will take that away and I'll ask those direct questions of the operators.
Okay.
If I could add, Councillor Paquette, this also just isn't about the absence of that, but we've also been underscoring the need for positive and proactive movement towards ensuring culturally appropriate and culturally relevant supports and programs. We're seeing that across the shelter system. And again, I think we see encouraging movement as well, both through the city and the province's Indigenous shelter, EOIs, and working together. So we certainly have been underscoring the importance of the absence of, but also moving towards ensuring that there is a more diversity of culturally appropriate programming.
Yeah, and you know what? I understand that people have good motivations from their personal perspective, but sometimes we fail to see how what we do is furthering harm on others, intended or not. So yeah, that would be great to get that update. Yeah, so there was a question about families, about how we're dealing with families who might need to access shelters. I'm not sure if I may have missed a specific response besides, and maybe the response is we're working on it.
In my communications with the GOA, I was assured that if a family presents himself at any one of the shelters, they are given an immediate contact for where they can go. So they actually have special spaces and funding for their immediate needs.
Okay, and does the availability match the need? Do we know?
I'll have to follow up on that.
Okay, all right. And by the way, thank you for fielding a lot of tough questions. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please? So on the there's very good work happening. You're going to communicate to us through a memo, but how do we communicate that to the public, and how do we communicate it to the businesses? Because they expect changes, and we've been advocating for these changes, and we are getting some success. How do we give them some kind of sense that things are getting better by having these additional shelters available? How do we communicate that?
We are working on a communications plan beyond just having the website updates, so that will ensure that we use our various media channels with the city, that people are aware.
Okay, got it.
I would just add, Mayor, that we have been communicating directly with businesses on very similar update to council this morning in public. We've been talking to the different business organizations and telling them about the increased shelter plan for this year, and we'll continue to do that.
Yeah, and last night there was an update that administration and my office gave to some of the ETS drivers and the unions, and some of the concerns raised from them were, in the past there were not enough shelters. It was hard to move people around or give them an option. Now that we will have this shelter capacity, would it give a little bit more leeway for security officers, say, look, you have a choice now, right? You can go to this place, because that choice didn't exist. Does that give us some little bit more ability to nudge people to move along from transit facilities?
I think it does, because often in the past we've heard, we don't have a place to go, and I think being able to actually verify with numbers that there are places to go and specific places to go, it does help, I think, Frontline do the job that we've asked them to do in transit safety and other safety aspects. So
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, well that's good. And another issue related to safety is when people are being removed from buses or LRT cars or from the stations. If driver's the only one there, right, locking the transit center or locking the doors, that poses safety concerns for the drivers around. You have 10 people you want to move around or nudge them to move, but there's no support available, right? So I just kind of flag that as part of particularly the bus service, that whether it's provided by private sector or us, the safety of those drivers and frontline workers.
Yeah, absolutely, and the protocol is such that if we're doing that, it's not all on the bus operator, and that's the protocol, and we'll continue to make sure that's happening, and we wouldn't expect a single operator to have to do that on their own, and so we'll certainly take that away and see if those things are happening.
Okay, good. And my last question is that, some people don't use shelters for various reasons, but as we increase capacity, I hope there'll be more uptake, but there still be reasons for people not to use them, right? And we will continue to engage with the community, right, to learn what those reasons are that inform some of the advocacy that we continue to do on behalf of the community.
Yeah, and we know everyone has personal agency and personal choice,
Yeah.
and we have an incredible outreach ecosystem where folks are always offering, and people are in different spaces in their own journeys.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, Mayor, I think that's a really important point. I'd just like to confirm, because we hear these stories, people don't want the supports we offered. That's not where the discussion should end, and it can't end there. We've got to continually ask ourselves, okay, how can we evolve? How can we do other things differently so that we reduce the number of people who don't want to accept services or help to the minimum possible. So we've got more work to do in that regard, and I think we can do that within the ecosystem of our community safety and well-being groups and partners who do that. And I think it's something we have to challenge ourselves.
I thank you for saying that, because the reason people may not be using those services because the trust is broken, or there's a history of marginalization, colonization, and pain and trauma that people feel when they have to use those spaces. I think we need to continue to build that relationship.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that when we hear that, we're not putting our hands up and saying, well, they don't want our help, there's nothing we can do. We actually will continue to dig into that for sure.
I think I'm very excited about the COT teams and all that, right, and entire work. Okay, that is about it. I will take the chair back.
Return.
Oh, Councillor Jans, your questions were answered? Okay, you do not have any, okay. That concludes the questions on this item. We have a motion on the floor to receive it for information. And at this time, I will open the floor for council members if they wish to speak to this item. Okay, Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Just very quickly, I wanted to express my appreciation to our city staff for all of the work that they've done, not just pulling this report together, but all of that other work. I can't help but feel we've been asking for ages, saying, give us the money, give us the money, give us the money. And now the province said, okay, we're going to give you the money. And now it's not that easy to just snap your fingers and buy a house. I mean, we're finding spaces where everything I've seen from your team, Jen, Ms. Flamin, and to your team, Mr. Latley, it's just been phenomenal. They've been working around the clock trying to make this happen. So I know behind every report and behind every piece here, there's a story. So just wanted to say I'm so thankful that our city is doing so much here, and I hope that the province really does come through on all these commitments, and the promises turn into beds. Secondly, very quickly, we're looking through everything through this OP12 lens right now, and I often say, nobody spends more money on the police in Alberta than Edmonton. Nobody spends more money per person. Per capita, we are the highest. It's indisputable, and I think we're one of the highest in Canada, if not the second or third. No one can say we do not spend money on the police. But similarly, I want to run these numbers, but just looking through our budget, like the $4 million we additionally spent to support Bissell and Boyle, I don't think any other municipality in Alberta spends more on social supports and on the well-being of citizens than Edmonton either per capita. We are picking up more and more of our tab in Edmonton to do this, and that's, it's wonderful that Edmontonians are so caring, but at some point we really do need to get the support, and not to turn this into another rant about funding, but I just wanted to note that as well, that seeing the tally and seeing the receipts here was very, very helpful. So thank you again for this report today.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Also wanted to express my gratitude to all city staff and provincial staff as well who are working on these files. I think, I didn't have too many questions on this report. I think that the city's response to unsheltered homelessness in the winter months, is sadly something we've become very practiced at. And I think the staff have done a great job of refining and improving that responsiveness. So my hope is that, again, I think we're more proactively addressing our emergency winter shelter needs. I'm excited for this to continue to evolve so that we are looking at proactively addressing the longer term housing solutions so that we don't just stop at shelters, but are looking at that full pipeline of moving people out of homelessness on a permanent basis. And, longer term, looking at those root causes that really lead us into homelessness. So excited to see this evolution and hope that we continue building off of it as well. Thanks again so much to everyone for their work.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you so much for this as well. I just wanted to highlight a few points that I think are really important as we go into this cold season. First of all, I'm so glad we're here and we're actually talking about some of the nuance of this population as opposed to what are we going to do? Because I remember last year sitting in committee in tears, hearing about people dying on our streets, losing limbs in the Shingella outbreak. So while I recognize we still have way more to go, I'd like to see us push further, faster, farther with our bathroom strategy. I want to see us creating more day options and wraparound supports. I want to see, and when I say we, I'm talking about government at all levels, right? So I just want to be clear about that. I want to see us be able to get that number down over time, right? It's great that we're coming up with a plan, but now that we're getting there, how do we start to actually make sure that number, first and foremost, doesn't increase further, but also decreases, right? And I think it's going to take an aggressive and concerted effort still on the parts of all partners, all government partners and community partners as well to get there. So today was heartening. I'm still going in concerned for the winter months, but it's a different conversation than we've had since I've been elected to council, and that is encouraging to me, for sure. Again, I want to reiterate, this is a very dynamic population. Like any population, there's so much different pathways into homelessness. There's so many different dynamic experiences. We need to really look at, as we're doing permanent supportive housing, as we're doing shelter spaces, as we're doing wraparound supports, anything that we're offering, we need to really be taking a people-centric approach to the user of those services and their experience. I still think there's a lot of barriers to our current shelter system, and I hope you are correct in that we will see the need. I do worry if there's a lot of barriers to access that folks will still we won't see that full utilization of the shelters, and I am worried about what that data will say, and especially since this is currently temporary funding, but very excited to see where that goes and further that conversation. I also do want to highlight that I think it's very important that and I'm glad it is part of that advocacy, that we advocate for the province to step up in the areas of health. So if we are filling a gap in the Shingella outbreak and taking on that cost, we know what kind of deficit we're dealing with right now, and these are the kind of things I think we need to really push and stand firm in terms of what they can be doing more of to help us with that. But overall, thank you so much. I know this, I worked in this space. This is dynamic work, it's hard work, it's complex, it's messy, and we'll never have an endpoint, but at least this conversation today and the plan going forward is better than we've seen in the past, and we can continue to strive for better going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. So that will 7.1. Next item is 8.4, which I selected. And are there any opening remarks on that, or can I go into questions?
It's just a friendly reminder, the bylaws already had first reading. It's here for second and third today. Item 8.4?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the bylaws already received first readings and it has been advertised as required.
So I can ask questions?
You can ask questions.
Okay. Okay. All right, Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair, yes.
Okay. So this to you, Adam, right? Or who is the?
I don't know what the question is, so feel free.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand is this, the cost of this stormwater trunk, right? This is public contribution. Like this is public infrastructure being built through public contributions.
Stacy might help me with this because actually the stormwater trunk was something that was originally undertaken under funding through the CRL, but with the drainage transfer, this is actually a reduction off of the CRL because EPCOR is now delivering this project or completing this project on the basis of the utility that EPCOR assumed when the drainage was transferred. Do I have that correct, Stacy, just confirming?
That's my recollection also.
Okay. So the CRL contribution related to this is freed up then, right?
That's correct, 5.9 million.
Yeah, so I think all we're doing in this bylaw is adjusting the amount that we're borrowing for previously made budget adjustments.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've adjusted the budget for these items, and now we're just adjusting the bylaw.
So where does that adjusted amount go back to? Are we just borrowing less, right? And the whatever the shift is has happened over the EPCOR and drainage.
So the amount related to the drainage infrastructure has been reduced. However, at SCBA, there were other capital projects under the CRL that have been added, and that bylaw reflects those adjustments, Warehouse Park and 103A Avenue project.
Okay. Well, let me ask a broader question then around the enabling nature of these investments, right? I know this is through borrowing or drainage and all that, right? But this is to enable private sector investments in the downtown.
So I think a CRL in general is designed to catalyze investment.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a true statement.
Okay. And because we lack this, because capacity isn't there for drainage, if we don't do this, then it hinders private sector's ability to build.
If the question is, why was there a drainage component considered as part of the CRL? We'd have to go back and confirm, but I would suspect it was related to the ability to develop in areas and have the capacity of the underground infrastructure to support those developments. But again, with the drainage transfer, this now has become a utility cost, and this is a corresponding reduction to reflect that.
Okay.
But I think the enabling part of undertaking the drainage improvements is to reflect the servicing needs for a growing area within the boundary of the CRL.
Yeah, and servicing needs where, in some cases, private sector is responsible for, but here, public sector is responsible for, either through EPCOR or through us.
That's correct. So in developed areas, and again, speaking in generalities, not specifics, that's a tough word for me to say. If there's existing infrastructure in place, we are typically responsible for the servicing to accommodate. The development industry is responsible for the services that connect to that corresponding infrastructure, but that's not always the case. It's sort of situation dependent. And I don't know if Kim wants to add to that or if I've captured that. Yeah.
Okay, and I'll stop here for now. Okay.
Return the chair.
I don't see any more questions on this. I can move the recommendation if you take the chair back.
Oh, yes, I will take the chair back.
Okay, I'll move the bylaw for second reading. Yeah.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah. Move third reading.
Second.
Okay, so third reading of bylaw 20564 is on the floor. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And I return the chair.
Thank you.
I'll move we go into private, subject to sections 24 and 25.
Need a second?
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Back on. We're back online.
Okay, we are back in public, so we need to move the motion related to item 9.1.
I'll move that the memorandum of agreement in attachment 1 of the October 4th, 2023 Employee and Legal Services Report between the City of Edmonton and Edmonton Police Service Senior Officers Association, signed September 14, 2023, be ratified. And number 2, that the October 4, 2023 Employee and Legal Services Report remain private pursuant to sections 24, advice from officials, and 25 of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Wright? Okay, please vote.
Sorry, we have all the,
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. And Councillor Hamilton, you also want to deal with that housekeeping stuff on the, or Councillor?
I do, but I don't know that it's in order yet. Is it, can I?
Okay, we'll wait until then. Okay, okay, good. All right. That deals 9.1. Motions pending. 10.1, financial loss during major construction projects policy. Councillor Knack. It's 11:56. We could.
I'll read it out, and if there are questions, then maybe
Go
we'll
ahead.
take lunch after.
Yeah.
So I'll move, and I know Councillor Cartmel is going to second this, that a financial loss during major construction projects policy be created using the draft policy from the March 23rd, 2022 report, and incorporating the following features. Number 1, financial assistance be provided directly to business owners, not landlords. Number 2, a cap on forgiveness, example, 50% of property taxes for the years of construction. Number 3, forgiveness to be repaid in years subsequent to construction completion, should revenue increase to a level, example 15% higher than pre-construction values. Number 4, forgiveness to be paid on business revenue, not net income. Number 5, income from the specific business must be at least 50% of gross revenue of this and all related businesses.
Second.
And I will third.
Can you make the introduction, please? Then we'll take a break.
Sure. I feel like deja vu. If this is deja vu for you, I'm sorry. I'm not. Haven't let this one die just yet. Giving it one more shot. We had a good long discussion a year and a half ago, and in a very tight vote, council made a decision not to advance a policy. Since that time, I have continued to hear from small businesses about the impacts of large-scale construction projects. Using the West End as an example right now, there are businesses that have publicly shared their data. Groups like Vies for Pies right now have seen a 30% reduction year over year due to their impact. There's at least one major small business further west along Stony Plain Road that has seen a 50% reduction year over year. Major construction projects are important. They provide a significant greater good, and yet want to make sure that businesses can make it through to the end to experience that greater good. So this motion was crafted and I ran this by some of those who had concerns last time. And the 5 bullet points that you see there are additions. And again, I'll give particular credit to Councillor Cartmel who helped with that, and then I've circulated it to some others to get their thoughts on what were some of the barriers a year and a half ago, and what might we be able to do differently to try to find a way forward. So things like adding in point 1, making sure this goes directly to the business owners, not the landlords, was an important point that was stressed. The idea of setting a cap so that this isn't we have a unlimited amount of money, although the Montreal example continues to prove out that this is not a major costly endeavor. And I love the addition of point 3 about potential opportunities for repayment. If those businesses, once they come out of that construction, are seeing the benefit of that and are seeing increased revenue, that is a good way to help address this. So those 5 points are new, the idea here is not to have a whole new report, but rather use what we have and advance this forward. So I'm out of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We will take a break here. We'll be back at 1:30 to pursue this and rest of the agenda. Okay, we are back. And would like to call this meeting back to order. Roll call, Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Everyone is here, and we are on pending motions, and we have motion on the floor. Now questions to on the motion to the mover or to administration. And okay. Just hold on. Okay. All right, Councillor Rutherford. Oh, Councillor Wright, go ahead. I was going to give you the chair to ask questions.
I'm just wondering, would this financial compensation then also to apply to those with a small home-based business that might operate in a residential area impacted by alley renewal or neighborhood renewal, or is it only for major infrastructure projects like Fort Road, Stony Plain? Sure.
Sure. So yeah, the original intent was always on the long-term multi-year projects.
Okay.
So we're talking about LRT or Yellowhead or those type of projects. We're not talking about a neighborhood renewal or an alley renewal where there's sort of an expectation that that's going to happen at all times. So.
Okay, but is there impact to those residents that do have that going on and they can't have that walk-in business or?
It could be, and I mean, certainly open to more conversation about who else you would apply this to, but also appreciating that I think some of the concerns that came up in the past were, if you make it too broad, then does that create a significantly higher cost, even if you look to capture the cost in the contracts as an example. So open to it, but also appreciating the hesitation I had heard in years past.
Okay, and then I'm also wondering about the benefits to these businesses after the construction is finally completed. Does that somewhat offset maybe some of the downturn in the business during construction?
Absolutely. I think that's part of why point 3 was added about that opportunity to repay in subsequent years, which is something we didn't previously have in the motion when we were discussing. And so the idea is let's make sure they can actually make it through the construction, and then if they do and they're seeing that uptick, potentially have that actually come back.
Okay, and that's what makes this motion different than the one about a year ago?
Yeah, each of the 5 bullets there, or the 5 points, are all new additions to the motion that weren't previously part of the last conversation or the last policy discussion. These are new additions.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. So I guess to the mover, this is the 3rd time we're talking about policy like this?
Yes.
And so the reason why you want to revisit and relitigate an existing council decision is because you continue to hear from businesses in your ward about the challenges.
Businesses in the ward and in different parts of the city. This was originally in 2018 started when some of the conversations around Groat Road Bridge and High Street businesses, but yes, both within the ward and outside the ward.
How much are we talking about?
So when Montreal started theirs, it was a $30 million program that they turned out not using anywhere close to that. They were in the single millions. So I expect we would see something similar. Again, it's tough to say because we don't know until businesses start showing, yes, we've had the reduction and actually start issuing it. But I would expect we're talking about in the order of sort of single millions.
Do you have a source for that?
Couple options. I think the one that would make the most financial sense, recognizing our financial position, is can you start building that into the contracts of these larger scale projects? If we're talking about a $2.7 billion LRT project as an example, using a fraction of a percent to help make sure that funding's available might be a way to offset. But I'm open to different ideas on that.
But wouldn't that be for projects moving forward? Are you talking about, like, let's say the Valley Line West?
Yeah.
Is it too late to build that in?
I think that's a question that we would have to talk about with administration as we're.
Sure, yeah, happy to hear administration's response to that.
Yeah, so from a budget perspective, we haven't allocated for anything related to this, but it would be an ongoing assessment against the current budget and the performance of the current budget.
But to retroactively build that in would be, like, that ship has sailed, I guess, is what I'm asking.
To retroactively build it in, yes, it would just come down to, I think your question was, how would you fund this? The only thing I could think of is if it was using the capital project, it would be on the basis of what's the performance of the capital project against the budgets that we have established. However, we would also have to assess, in particular, the project that you referenced. It's a grant-funded project, so we'd have to confirm if that's even feasible.
Right, so feasibility, I'm hearing, will be one of the considerations here. And are you also exploring, say, tax increase as another avenue?
I mean, I would be open to it, but I also appreciate that's probably not the case for most around this table.
Okay. Yeah, and if administration can maybe jog my memory, because this is from a year ago when this policy report came to council, and what was the recommendation at the time?
Administration prepared a policy throughout. We haven't recommended this. And again, part of it is the mechanism to carry out this work. It requires FTEs and budget to do that. And if there's a sort of a consideration of doing it here, there's sort of concerns in terms of how far it might spread. And so we took a holistic approach that totally appreciating the impacts of infrastructure on businesses. There is an end benefit and there is a holistic improvement to the city of Edmonton on the basis of implementing that infrastructure. So we didn't feel it was appropriate. However, policy decisions are council's.
I think that's a very fair argument. I guess back to the mover then, recognizing you do need resources to administer something like this policy, how would you fund that? Would that be a service package?
Yeah, most likely. Again, I think we would need to actually dig into just how much is actually needed based off, and again, we only have one other Canadian example at this point, but the other Canadian example is not has shown that it's not maybe as significant of an impact as I think we had all first thought when this had been talked about even 5 years ago.
And so for all the businesses that have experienced impact in the past with large-scale projects, would you support anything in terms of retroactive? Because I am thinking of so many businesses in my ward that experience a ton of impact from, long-term infrastructure projects.
I mean, personally, yes, but no, I don't think that's going to be palatable amongst folks. So, I mean, as much as I think we actually do owe it to them, I don't think that's something I've heard support for in the years past.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much. That actually answered a lot of my questions through Councillor Tang's lines. I guess just, around the retroactive piece, maybe to administration, is that, would something like that even be feasible? I'm not sure how we go about that. Has that been contemplated in the past, or is it really on a go-forward basis that it would even be possible?
No, in terms of bringing this to committee last time, and then it ultimately went to council, we only considered it on a go-forward basis. The ability to go backwards, I think would be significant in terms of trying to deduce eligibility impacts. Is it totally attributable to the infrastructure? Are there other issues? We've just gone through a pandemic, for example. So we never considered a backwards or a retroactive approach. It was always, if council wanted to pursue this, it would be on a go-forward basis.
Right, right. And maybe that leads into a secondary question. I mean, for establishing a causal link between loss of business due to construction versus other factors. I guess I'll ask that to administration, then I'll ask maybe the same thing to the mover as well. Where's that line? How do we draw that line? How do we determine that?
I'll try here, and then Stacy might want to jump in. The reason we identified that resources would be required to do this work is because there is a financial audit component to this, and so you would have to actually ensure that you had the right expertise to go in and assess businesses' accounting. Simply a submission of here's the financial impacts is not enough to sort of warrant payment. So it would have to be similar to what our folks do on a day-to-day basis at the city. From an accounting perspective, they'd have to do a financial assessment. So we do think it's and again, the councillor has identified that who knows how many will pursue this, but we do think it's a body of work to actually go through the analysis. And Stacy, if you want to add, please do.
I think the only other thing that I would add is it can be difficult to be able to ascribe the causal relationship. And I think COVID is probably a good example of that. Like when businesses experience declines, how much of it is because of construction, how much of it is because of something that's happening in the wider environment. And that's not to discount that construction projects may have an impact. I think it's just really difficult for us to prove that.
Right. Okay, that's really helpful. Well, thank you for explaining that piece. So, yeah, I definitely see the resource implications on the FTE side, just getting a team together that can answer those types of questions and be able to back up any of those decisions and audits in a good way. I guess when administration looks at the bullet or the list of numbered points that are outlined here, I understand that there was contemplation of, including it in the contract, building that into the budget at the outset. If not that route, do we have any idea, like roughly, of what this could mean for future tax levy implications?
Councillor Salvador, we do not. I mean, the only comparable we could draw upon is the Montreal example, and it was significantly less than what was allocated in their reserve in terms of compensation based on businesses being able to reach that eligibility. What we did identify is that if it was 2 FTEs, we identified a notional budget of $250,000 per year to carry out the work. So that would be a tax levy impact, the actual physical resources to do the work. And then, of course, demand might warrant more or less, and so it's really hard to pinpoint exactly what it could be. And Stacy reminded me, my earlier answer related to we'd have to assess against our budgets on the Valley Line West, for example. We're not sure borrowing is an appropriate funding source for this, so I don't know if Stacy wants to add to that at this point in time. Sorry, Councillor, I'm deviating a bit, but
no, that's helpful. I have the same question.
Yeah, so I think if you want to use the capital budgets to secure funding for a program like this, I think what we just have to be mindful of is a good portion of that comes from grants from other orders of government. Is unlikely that a program of this nature would be eligible funding for grants. Then it is not eligible for debt financing. So at the end of the day, you really come down to pay as you go as tax levy as a source of funding.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. This is a bit of a random thread, but just to follow on from that idea of the funding source, do we need to find a funding source if for example, we created a tax subclass that just suggested that properties impacted by multi-year construction projects would fall within the subclass and just be taxed at a different rate?
So I think two things, and I'm not sure if my taxation team is online. I think what you would find is that oftentimes the business that's experiencing the difficulty is not the owner of the property. And so you're not going to be able, like, subclassing might not actually achieve what you're intending to achieve because of that.
Right, that's an interesting point. Okay, thank you. Maybe to the mover. Just want to make sure, so really appreciate you bringing this forward. I see sort of on that point too, so you are looking for a cap on forgiveness. Do you want to talk me through that a little bit further? That seems like a way to sort of really manage some of the potential project expenses.
Yes, so again, it was something I had heard pretty clearly through both administration's feedback and other members of council in the previous discussion was that fear of the unknown. Does this essentially create a situation where the budget will somehow run wild? Because again, we only have one Canadian example. While the one Canadian example shows that their budget hasn't run wild, maybe they're an anomaly and we would be in a different situation. So by putting a cap on forgiveness, that helps remove that risk, I think, for what we're considering.
Okay, thank you. And I was initially thinking that there could be some simplification in terms of how this is administered, and again, recognizing the FTEs to kind of validate all the revenue, all of that. If moving to some sort of flatter fee structure, I take Ms. Padbury's point about sort of the businesses versus the landowners. So actually, maybe Ms. Padbury, maybe you could just help me understand. So, but BIA levies are levied against businesses, not landlords. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Ms. Watt answer that.
Okay.
My apologies, I have only just joined. Would you mind restating the question, Councillor?
Not at all, no trouble. BIA levies are levied against the business itself rather than the landlord. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is the BIA levy a factor of the underlying property tax of
yes, it is.
It is.
Yeah. It is essentially a business tax. The City of Edmonton used to have a business tax. It was phased out many years ago, but the Business Improvement Area levy is predicated on kind of that thinking. So it relates to the income assessment of the property and the amount of business space occupied.
Okay, but no part of that requires the businesses to split their revenue or anything like that. Like there's no, I'm just trying to think of mechanisms that we can leverage so that we don't have to create a whole new structure for administering this.
For this, the way I read the motion, it will require a separate mechanism to administer. Obviously, this is a notice of motion, so the work is yet to be done, but just as a sort of a high-level review, this would incur administrative costs for sure.
Sure, yeah, and I don't think that that's necessarily something to be worried about, but just thinking if there are possible ways. But I appreciate some of the cautions or restrictions that are there. And then maybe back to the mover, if you could talk through again that idea of the payback as well, that again seems to help manage some of the potential unfairness, again, if businesses are then benefiting from the public infrastructure that has been provided in the area.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume they would do that through potentially increased property tax rates to begin with, but perhaps you could speak more to that.
Yeah, I feel like I can't add much more than your introduction to that question. Quite honestly, it's something that, again, I had heard a concern about. We do these projects for the greater good. They will hopefully help these businesses be more successful in the future. And if they do see that benefit, why should they not then be expected to pay back the assistance they received to allow them to get through the construction? So This is just based off what I've heard from folks and to try to alleviate some of the concerns. Oh, sorry,
Okay.
I took too much time.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, so, I mean, I have a lot of questions about the logistics of these points, but I think I want to start a bit broader. To Mr. Corbold, we've gone through a process with OP12 where we've looked at, is it legislatively required? Is it practically necessary? Or is it a council priority? Would, in your opinion, this motion fall within any one of those criteria?
I would say on the first, no, from a legislatively required perspective.
No, we're actually protected legislatively from having to do this, correct?
Right, yeah. And as I mentioned before, practically necessary is in the eye of the beholder. So I would say generally no, but if I would acknowledge that
But
if I was.
we haven't done it to this point, it
business.
wouldn't be practically necessary, because
Yeah.
if it was practically necessary, we'd already have to have it as an
Yeah,
organization.
I agree with that, but I would argue that the business owner would say it's practically necessary to them, for sure.
Fair,
And
but
then
I'm
on-
talking about us as an organization
Yeah,
in our
no,
process.
I would agree. No, I wouldn't, I don't think it meets those criteria. And if we had done the analysis on this, if it was an existing program, I think we would have found it in the non-core category for sure, in my opinion, yeah.
Okay. That helps, and I know that we've had some conversations about making sure we're mindful as we're going through the OP12 process, that we're not adding new expenditures until we've finalized that process. Am I recalling that correctly? Like, just in terms of like the advice from administration being, let's really be mindful of what we're putting on in terms of, I know we talked about service packages at budget, extra things that require resources and funding, until a majority of that OP12 process has been.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair. We've certainly been advising that. We have seen other unfunded packages come forward that we've been directed to prepare for budget regardless, but yes, that advice is still consistent with
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay. I guess, so just some logistic questions on this specific motion to the mover. Sorry, I'm just pulling it up for my. Okay, so I guess if we have number one, financial assistance is to be provided directly to business owners, not landlords. Does that mean that landlords would not be able to claim loss?
Correct, that's a change.
So they
from
can't
last-
get renters, if they can't prove that they can't get renters in?
Correct. At least this version is meant to focus on the small business owners. That was different last year when we had it, but this is a more specific and narrow focus.
It's something about this thing from Selena about pushing it back to the Bridgemont for a meeting.
Somebody's got a hot mic.
Yeah, I think, Kate, oh, here you go. She muted herself. Good.
Okay. And then I have some of the same concerns about the direct causation with revenue. So why did you arrive at that as the basis for the proving loss?
And I think when we discussed it last year, there was a requirement that you couldn't just say, oh, saw a 5% drop this last year, therefore that's due to construction. And I think that's a fair argument. I think there's a point, I used the example in my introduction, of a spot like Vise for Pies that has seen a 30% drop. Have their pies changed dramatically in the last year? I've eaten them. It doesn't seem like it. If I look at the other factors that have changed over the last year, the one that has specifically impacted Vise for Pies is the inability for people to access their business now. There doesn't appear to be any other, the owners are the same, staff is pretty much the same.
But that's one example, but
Sure.
I think that the question is, who's checking on that nuance? Because there's a lot of nuance around what you just said.
Yep.
And for every business, I'm thinking about the Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program.
Absolutely.
As an example too, and I mean, again, that would be retroactive in a majority of the sequencing for the staging of construction. And that's a lot of businesses along the corridor to have the capacity. So what are your thoughts on the capacity to actually look at that context?
The reason I keep going back to the Montreal example is because, again, I think when they introduced that, they expected this to be a $30 million program and that there were going to be far more people accessing it than they first expected. And based off their actual implementation, they saw it in a much reduced version. They didn't see nearly as much uptake because not everyone was impacted in the
So
way
is
that
ours
some.
modeled exactly like theirs?
It's actually more specific than theirs, especially with these changes. So it's more defined and more narrow in scope than theirs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah, so to Mover, I know your desire, you would like to go retroactive, but that is not what the intent of this motion is, right?
That's correct.
So if this passes, then we would not be able to provide any relief for Southeast Valley Line or West Valley Line, right? Or provide any relief for being a business impacted by Yellowhead conversion or Terwilliger Drive expansion. I mean, those are the kind of big projects come to mind, or 50th Street, 82nd Avenue, rail crossing. Those businesses would not benefit from this.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on when we would have this take effect, right? So if, Valley Line Southeast may be fully complete, Valley Line West is not yet complete, Terwilliger is not yet complete. So there might be projects that are still underway, but that would be for us to decide.
But what I hear from administration is that if you're like the way you foresee this being funded through construction cost, we can't go retroactive. Can we, Adam? Can we go retroactive on those existing projects to provide some relief to business impacted by existing projects?
Sorry, what I was getting at is you'd have to figure out a funding source.
Yeah. So you have to have additional funding source other than the current construction.
Correct, because when we executed the grant, this wasn't contemplated.
So you can't revisit them, or you can, but there'll be so many complications of that.
Correct, and Stacy clarified that, while potentially there could be funding available within the project, the sources of funding are not appropriate because it's debt, not eligible, or grant funding from other orders of government. So this would have to be a pay-as-you-go consideration.
Can you give me an example, Adam, of a possible project of this magnitude that we will be undertaking in the future under our current capital approved budget, other than the south extension of the LRT beyond Century Park?
Currently, the 10-year outlook, the only contemplation is, you mentioned it, the South Capital Line extension. The other one that's been identified as a council priority, no funding, is the northwest extension of the Metro Line. Beyond that, because of the financial pressures that we have, the renewal infrastructure deficit that we have, really don't see anything that's of that scale unless other orders of government come with
This is my struggle with it, honestly, Councillor Nack, is I want to find a mechanism to give a relief to business currently impacted by current projects and possibly go retroactive. If that doesn't allow this, then I don't see the benefit in the future, in the foreseeable future, other than one project, right? So that's what I'm struggling with, that inequity of creation of something that would not I think we'll probably give false hope to current business owners, right? So that's kind of a struggling. Maybe want to get your thoughts on that, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, I would love to find a way to do it retroactively, but if I'm being frank, that was not the appetite of this body when we last had the conversation. So if there was an opportunity, I'm interested in finding a way, because I do think you're right. I think that would create greater fairness. And so I'm willing to do that, but I also appreciate that I did not have the support of a majority of council when we last talked about it that way.
No, I hear you. Yeah, okay. Are there other ways to support businesses? I know impact is there. We have to acknowledge that, but are there other ways that we can provide support to businesses to kind of deal with that impact?
That is what we do today, the things that are in our control. So it's awareness of the projects when they're coming, ensuring that we alert businesses so they can do their best to prepare. So some of this is on businesses to ensure that they're anticipating the impact on the basis of when construction will roll through. There's access management that we do our best to maintain. There is wayfinding. Certainly the wayfinding approach to wayfinding has improved as construction projects have evolved, and it's regular ongoing engagement with the businesses to figure out how we can continue to support them while the construction is being undertaken. Those are mechanisms that we do today and are in our control and are at hand for supporting the businesses. From a financial perspective, no. Unless council identifies a policy like this.
Okay, thanks. I'll take the chair back. Go to Councillor Paquette.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Knack, a question for Councillor Knack. Is there a potential, so I'm hearing about fairness here, that it's not retroactive, but is it possible to pass this motion and then for council, if that was the will, to work on a retroactive approach?
Absolutely. The motion just will create the policy, and then we can make a final decision of whether we look to implement the policy in a retroactive manner or a go-forward manner.
Yeah, if that's the will of council. I just think about like things like, this never-ending debate about student loans, and some people saying, well, if they get forgiven, I didn't get forgiven when I had student loans. And it's like, well, we can't always go back in time. There's a limited amount of DeLoreans in the universe, but I'm hearing from you that you think that while that's regrettable, maybe there are some options for current issues. Okay, so, and the reason I asked that is because for some it's too late. I think about Fort Road Manning Freeway, and they experienced a ton of construction to widen the road, and now they're experiencing a ton of construction, Yellowhead and 66, which has blocked a lot of potential business for them. And what we've seen is businesses closing all the way down the line, and then some of those buildings that were closed have also really sadly been destroyed by fire because no one was there. So I'm just thinking, like, is this sort of the idea that it's not like, oh, okay, well, you've lost some money, here's some money. It's if things are going way further than what was anticipated, then we will ensure, or at least we will help to offset some of that damage so that we just don't end up having entire streets of closures. Is that sort of what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think every business owner would expect that if construction's happening beside their business, that may have an impact for a short period of time and to some degree. I think the issue that we're trying to address is what happens when that is much greater than anticipated, where there is a measurable impact, where we're truly talking about the viability of a business being able to continue to stay open, to reap the benefits of the work that's happening.
Okay, and has it been your experience that council passes something, a new policy, and we get it perfect right out of the gate and never have to make any adjustments?
That feels like a rhetorical question. No, we do not usually get our things right the first time, or at least it's never perfect the first time.
I never ask rhetorical questions. So, yeah, and I guess that's sort of like where I'm at, so if that's sort of what we understand to be true, obviously you would anticipate that this motion is not the be-all and end-all of what a policy would be, but the beginning of what a policy could be, and then over time we learn. And frankly, from your example from Montreal, it doesn't look like it's a costly learning process at all. And so that is the serious part of my question, is that, I think the council is really obviously looking at budgets, not just for today, but into the future, and saying, okay, well, what can we manage, and what's best for the city, and what's fair. And so I guess I'd throw back into your court about that, about developing this policy. Do you feel that it checks all those boxes?
And I guess it's actually a hard question to answer because clearly the one we debated last March didn't check enough boxes for everyone.
Right.
So then we've taken the last year and a half to add additional points which could be added to a policy, which would hopefully check further boxes. But we won't know that until the final policy comes back to us for adoption. So I'd like to believe that these points, which have now been identified in the motion, will help fill more of those gaps that I think existed previously. But we need to see how they ultimately are built into that final policy.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this motion is not like this motion passes and now that's what we do. Like, it actually still comes back to council, right?
It does, but I imagine the caution that somewhat offers that you don't want to give false hope. If you're not going to advance something at some point, don't give people false hope. But hopefully,
Hard to know until we see it, though.
I don't disagree, but that might be a caution.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dans?
Thank you. A bit tenuous, but to the mover.
Hold on, Councillor Knack, you only introduced the item. You didn't have the chance to ask questions.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And I guess the questions that I have, and go to you, Mr. Lachlan, and we talked about this when we talked about this policy over the years, is that there are a number of actions that we try to take as a city to help reduce the impact on businesses. I don't think anyone's dismissing that. I guess the question is, what happens if those don't work right now? And maybe it's an unfair question to ask, but from what I understand, because I've heard about closures, I'm not just focusing on the West End, I have heard about some businesses where unfortunately those measures were not enough to allow them to make it through to the construction. And so is that, we have seen that impact happen over the course of some large construction projects where some small businesses do close, correct?
Yes, but I think there are other factors to consider.
Sure.
And not wanting to argue with you, but
no, please do.
Your Pies example, everybody's experiencing inflationary pressures. So, like, there's an element of what's happening in the surrounding financial situation that creates different considerations on what people will do from a choice perspective, based on affordability. So, I think. For me, yes, we do our best. Construction, you've heard me say this, it's not an exact science. Things don't go perfectly. There are issues. And what we do is try to work with businesses to support them the best we can, wayfinding, clarity on closures, even encouraging the contractors to participate in the local business. So those are the things that we can do, but to attribute it directly to the construction and ignore the other factors, I think that's where this gets so complex.
There's some messiness. I mean, it's tough because, I use that one because they've been the one to be public about their loss in business. That, I have talked to enough of them along Stony Plain Road that, maybe it is truly a coincidence that a number of small businesses along Stony Plain Road, particularly west of 149th Street, have seen a substantive reduction in business. One could also suggest, and this is the tension of they all seem to have one thing in common right now for all of those businesses that I've talked to, and that seems to be the fact that there's construction. So whether it's a cafe or a bike shop or you name it, many of them have seen similar impacts. And so, I guess that's the question. I know there's a correlation and causation conversation, but if multiple business types and industries are seeing similar impacts, I guess for me it feels fair to potentially suggest that might be the result of the one thing that is commonly being experienced by all of them.
Yeah, and that's fair. That's a contributor for sure. Where it becomes challenging is to deduce exactly what that is through these mechanisms. And
absolutely.
And one of the things that we said in the last meeting was that if there's truly an interest of council to do this, follow some of the other models that we have, which is just simply a grant program where it's, you define where and define a funding mechanism and you provide grants. I guess
I think the concern, I mean, I'm open to an easier way. I think
the tension with that is funding from where? And it's been articulated already related to the pressures that we have as an organization.
And does that not create a potentially, because then you're giving it to everyone, including businesses that might be, you know, there might be some, I think there's one or two that I've chatted with that are still doing fairly well because they're of different things. So if you give that grant, how do you, and so I think we were trying to find a way to say, what's the best way to narrow the scope to limit the financial outlay in this conversation? And it feels like a policy that has these types of requirements helps further narrow the scope to reduce the likelihood of a larger economic outlay for the city. And that this feels like the best way to try to keep it to a smaller number than a blanket grant. Is that's been my understanding why we've taken this approach. Is that correct?
Well, so we were directed by council to take this approach. So again, administratively, there is the holistic view of major infrastructure investment, impacts during construction noted. Outcome is something that supports businesses much greater than was there before. So it's looking at the 100-year consideration of the infrastructure improvements.
Okay. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Jans.
I'm just wondering, to the mover, I think you shared something yesterday about the city used to get we used to get like $500 per person from the province. Now we only get $150, is that correct?
I think you're referring to the infrastructure funding as a whole?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was talked about actually at the Alberta Municipalities Convention and part of why Alberta Municipalities as a whole has been advocating for more funding because it's dropped quite a bit.
We've had a drop from the province in provincial funding by like what, 65, 75%? Is that right?
Yeah, in that order over the course of time. Yeah. Right,
and you obviously know. I think the province has been looking at an orphan well program of something like $2.1 billion, right? And I'm going somewhere with this. I promise.
You gotta stay on topic.
Yes, yeah. I'm aware.
So I guess I'm wondering, like, and the city budget's $3 billion, the provincial budget's like $57 billion, the federal budget's like $400 billion. Would you consider like prorating this in terms of that support against, like we understand that LRT is, say, a joint project of all orders of government, but yet the province has 20 times more. So if we give it $100 to a business affected by the LRT, surely the province should be giving 20 and the feds even more. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, I'd love to consider that. Sure. I don't know if that is something that they'll consider.
Because I guess, again, like we talk about whether it's this morning with homelessness or youth homelessness or something, the downloading onto the municipality. And I guess I'm wondering why the mover is, like, why is the city of Edmonton taking on this mantle for sort of business sustainability when we understand we all need to keep the pipes running and the roads plowed, the trains moving, etc.?
I think part of why, and appreciate that we always go to the provincial and federal government for a variety of things. In this particular case, I think this is something that is happening because of projects that we approve and that I'm very supportive of, right? These are city-approved and city-led projects that happen to also access funding from other orders of government. So we have knowingly made a decision as the city, not as the province, not as the federal government, to advance these projects forward that we feel will have a broader benefit for everyone over time. But also recognize that typically during that time of construction, there is an impact. And that's not really the province's fault or the federal government's fault. That is our decision as to when to approve and authorize these.
But that's part of the deal, though. When they're approving it, they're taking on some of the responsibility of it. Like, it is in the best interest of Alberta and Canada to have more people on more trains more often. Mm-hmm. So why again is the common taxpayer being asked to have their property taxes raised to give money to someone else when the province and the feds are not? Like, I think that the intention is noble. I'm just wondering if it's misplaced.
Again, I'd love to see that support from the provincial and federal governments, but I think that's a much bigger conversation, and part of why we've made some adjustments to this motion to put a cap is to recognize that we have a role, it's not the only role, but I mean, we can add a 0.6 and advocate to the other orders to create a similar program like that, but
Well, wouldn't the mover be open to withdrawing this motion, sending a letter to the Minister of Jobs, Infrastructure, Trade, whatever they're called, seeing what they say, if they're willing to chip in because of construction delays, and then based on their rationale, we could reconsider this? Because as it stands right now, I'd be, in light of OP 12, our tax rate, everything else, I couldn't support it right now. I do want, I think it's something we need to be broadly mindful of, but if we could at least ask the province and the feds first before asking, again, the citizens of Londonderry to subsidize the business on Stony Plain.
I think we can ask that question of them either way, and even if they said yes, there would still need to be some type of program and policy related to that, right? So I don't think continuing to wait, I mean, if council's decision on this again is to not support it, that is okay. But I would not want to keep waiting on a federal and provincial response on something that this is work we would need to do either way, whether they choose to contribute or not.
So you believe at the end of the day that we have, the city has a responsibility in this, that the city should be responsible for business earnings?
I think we have a responsibility to try to make sure we're supporting small business owners who have put their life savings, in many cases, on the line, to support them while we advance citywide projects that we believe have a broader good.
Okay. I got my answer, I guess. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Cartmill.
Thank you. So maybe coming back to a more simplified approach, Councillor Knack. So perhaps you can confirm this, my understanding was that the Montreal model was on net income, not revenue. And part of that,
Correct.
Yeah, and part of the concern, part of the lack of uptake, as I understand it, and perhaps this is just anecdotal, was that companies don't necessarily. I'll hold that thought.
Yeah, we're okay.
Did we drop the net?
We didn't drop. MJ's lost everything, but I think we're still online, so. Yeah, just one moment,
Ken just said we've lost sound online.
Yeah, just one moment.
Can you check?
Yeah, we're gonna just need to take a 5-minute.
Okay.
Chris and MJ
We'll take a 5-minute break. Okay. We'll start again, Councillor Cartmill. Okay. All right.
It's a larger construct.
5-minute break.
And then Warren Buffett said he would give us $10 million for this. I just want that to be a soundbite that people come back to.
Just for those online, we're just resetting the system so that we can be broadcasting, and then we'll be able to go. Sorry, Mayor Sohi, so we're just resetting the electronic system because we're not broadcasting online right now, which is one of our requirements. So if you can just give us 2 more minutes, as soon as Chris is up and running, we're good to go.
You got 5 minutes. 5 minutes, yeah. We're taking a break for 5 minutes.
I can see you. Are you able to hear and see us okay? Kate or Stacy or any of our friends online? Just checking if anybody in the Google Meet can hear us okay?
Yes, I can
Oh,
hear.
perfect, Councillor Rice. Thank you. Can you see us okay?
Yes.
Okay. We're just confirming we're actually back on YouTube. Thanks, Councillor Rice. I do believe we're okay, Mayor Sohi. We're good to go. Yeah, confirming we're good to go, Mayor Sohi. I'm just going to test. Just a quick test for the media, just to check that your audio stream's back. You're good. Okay, thank you so much.
Aileen, are we back in?
We're still good.
Okay, let's do the roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe. I think she's away for a bit, yeah. Councillor Principe.
Yeah, Councillor Principe has given us notice that she'll be away for a little bit, for sure.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Hello.
Councillor Rice.
Hello.
And Councillor Jans. Okay. Councillor Cartmel, we'll start your time. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I'll start again, Councillor Knack. So the Montreal model spoke to net income, not revenue, correct?
Correct.
And in broad terms, when we talk about comparing financial successes and less successes, we talk about earnings before income tax and amortization. That's kind of a baseline comparative, and revenue is kind of that. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
So we're not, if we test on net income, then we're testing on how somebody operates their business. If we test on revenue, then we're testing on how much money came in this year versus last year.
That's correct.
Which presumably simplifies it. And then as I understand it, effectively the model we're looking at is borrow from, give you a break on your taxes now while it's tough, and then you will pay back that forgiveness when things get good again. And presumably if your steps from an LRT station, things are not going to just recover, but they're going to get really good. That's the premise.
Absolutely.
And I think Mayor Iveson moved a motion a couple of years ago that actually asks us to test that premise, did he not? That we would see what the uptake in property value is along at TODs along the alignment?
Yes.
Recall that? So we'll maybe have that. So I wonder, and now maybe I'll ask if you share my perception that you know, that stretch of commercial establishments between the bridge over Groat Road, which is not there yet, and the intersection between 102nd Avenue is a little different than some of the other places. There's no other way really to get there, and that whole road is torn right up. It's not just that there's some construction in the front street, it's that everything for blocks around is torn up too. Yes?
That is correct. There's no access at all across.
So I wonder about, and we've heard about, you know, the concerns, which I frankly share, which is why I voted against this the previous times it's brought forward, that we open this Pandora's box that now anybody that's, you know, had a lane closure or a manhole cover missing is now going to be claiming for construction cost relief. So what if we narrowed this down somehow to just those few commercial establishments just in that area, which is somewhat discrete and different, as a pilot project? And we see how much uptake there really is. We see how much interest there is in sharing your financial statements in order to achieve some relief. And with a hard, not a if you gets better for you later, but you will pay this back when construction is complete over some amount of time. If we made some of those nuances, would you be open to that?
Absolutely. I think my only concern, I would guess, is that question then about fairness. What about the rest of the city? But I appreciate why you'd want to do it is to test the theory. So I'd be open to that. But
Well,
yeah.
I wonder if you might share the perspective that if we tried in one place that is relatively easily defined and we test the premise, then we can talk about expanding, we can talk about retroactive discussions, we can talk about what worked and what didn't, and we can talk about uptake. And I would also add wonder if you would agree or what your perspective is on turning that into an unfunded service package conversation so that we can compare support for this versus support for other matters when it comes to SOBA.
Yeah, I would be open to all of those.
So I don't know about rewriting this on the fly to that, and I don't know what the support would be for that, but maybe this gets taken off the board at the moment and we tease that out and do something at committee next week, one way or the other. I offer that as a question, if you can turn it into a question. I was doing pretty good about turning things into questions, but that's what
certainly open to it. I don't know if others have feedback on that, and I also don't want to waste council's time if there's ultimately no desire. I don't want to keep dragging this out. So,
yeah, agreed on that for sure.
So will you be willing to withdraw this, right? And then work with administration to come up with some language around specific areas, right? And unfunded service package brought forward. It has to be notice of motion again, right? You have to start the process.
So I'm willing, but I think there has to be unanimous consent to withdraw, and if there's not, and I think there's a
Yeah,
feedback
I'll
saying
seek
no,
that.
then-
If there's a unanimous consent to withdraw this, right, then we can end this item, then you can figure out the process to bring forward something at a later date through a notice of motion.
Again, I'm open to it. I'm just not sure that there is unanimous consent on council.
Yeah, well, I'll ask if council is okay withdrawing this. Nope. Okay, then conversation will carry on. All right, Councillor Rice, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. So I would like to follow up this idea from Councillor Catmull, and I can see some practical idea behind this. And also, I would like to look at it from the policy perspective, because we're discussing right now the policy. So I have a few questions here. The first one, I would like to go back to the infrastructure budget model. And when we precede the major infrastructure, when we do the budgeting for the major project, do we have considered the impact, the construction impact in the budget already, or that piece is not included or never considered?
And when you say the impact, Councillor Rice, to businesses adjacent to the infrastructure?
Yes, and not only about the business, like a business adjacent to the construction, and also any other type of impact and in the city and due to this construction.
Well, every infrastructure project budgets and schedules are created on the basis of risks that could be realized on the project, and those are referred to as contingencies. But when it comes to compensation related to business impacts during construction, there is no budget allocation identified within a project budget for that.
So I'm not specifically referred to the compensation piece, and because any major infrastructure construction would impact no matter it's business or any area and adjacent to the construction site. And from that budgeting perspective, because I heard my colleagues ask about the three levels government work together to funding the project. If the infrastructure project impact already including the budgeting process, and then right now and link to back to funding source, we don't worry about or discussing any funding source right now, and to give this impact as the one piece of the budget. So that is why I asked this question. And is there any specific reason, and from that budgeting perspective, we're not consider the impact as a part of the infrastructure budget?
So maybe I just want to make sure that I think I'm going to answer your question, but just for clarity, there is no aspect of the capital budget that contemplates a program of this nature. So it's not like funding for a program of this nature is contemplated in the budget.
Okay, so that means even in the from contingency perspective, when we do the budgeting for the capital project, we're not contemplate any risk or any impact and as a result of the construction.
They're all related.
The only thing contemplated in construction budgets is the cost of construction.
So that is the only factor to be there. Okay, so that's my first question. Thank you for that. And my next question is about the data of the business revenue or income. I know, and for business, in order to get this compensation, if we can use that words, and we have to share the financial and statement or financial audit reports. Do we have specific at a general level and food level, we know, and how much income, how much revenue and our city right now, specific on the major infrastructure construction sites adjacent to those sites, those type of data and already available for us?
To my knowledge, we wouldn't have that data. We certainly wouldn't have it in a cohesive way. And I think it would be difficult for us to collect that data because many of the businesses would be privately owned businesses, so that information is not public.
So then how we can get the 50% or percent, that means they have to willing to share their financial statement and for us to get that information, right? I know my time is out.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton?
Just to speak.
Okay, to speak. Can someone move the second round, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
You have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, you are next.
Yeah, so Mr. Laughlin, with some of the major projects, right? Like we talk about construction impacts, but I know I've met with some, the Yellowhead team members and myself have met with some of the business, let's say in the Hagman area, which is where the interchange is gonna go on 127th Street in Yellowhead. And their concern is not only with the immediate impacts of construction, in fact, I'd say that was their least concern, but the new configuration. But that is required to turn it into a freeway. So would you see, like, I guess what proportionality of businesses would maybe not also like what is built, what is constructed in the end? Like, and I know that's a hard question to answer, but like, I guess, are you hearing more about construction impacts or are you hearing both?
It's project dependent for that particular project. I think it's probably more heavily weighed towards the impacts associated with construction, but to your point, we do hear from businesses related to the end product, and that's a bit of a what we have to deal with when we're doing major transformational projects is, and to a lesser extent, we see it in neighborhood renewal on a regular basis where residents do not like the changes that we're making in neighborhood renewal because it is somewhat transformational. Sorry to deviate a little bit, but I think what we hear the most on average is the impacts during construction. But there are businesses that do raise flags related to the end product, but again, that's a result of transforming your city.
Yeah, and aside from businesses, I mean, I can only speak to the major construction project that's active and live in the ward that I represent right now, because that's who I'm hearing from in terms of both business and residents. But I am hearing, like, the Sherbrooke and Prince Charles are also two residential neighborhoods that are right within that intersection of 127th Street and Yellowhead Trail. And I have too been getting requests for, we want a property tax break because of all of the dust and noise and, you know, impacts that this construction is having on us. Is that something you've heard in other neighborhoods as well from residents about construction concerns, if they're right next to and or adjacent to?
In my time at the city, that is a regular point of feedback that comes from residents for, I wouldn't say just the transformational construction projects, I would say all construction projects is.
And like, you know, they make some really valid arguments, like, if I wanted to sell, I'm stuck with this house. Like I had a resident I was talking to on the phone a few days ago, he's 82 years old, lives in Sherbrooke, lives right on that corner. He's like, there's no way I can sell my house for 3 years if I need to go to a retirement home, right? Like there is genuine impact, and we know this is what I'm trying to get at, across business,
we absolutely
personal,
do. Correct.
Right?
And I think what has changed over the years related to these infrastructure projects is the degree of engagement and communication that happens related to the planning that happens. So be aware this could happen in the next 10 to 15 years. The more detailed engineering, be aware this could happen in the next 5 to 10 years.
So businesses have time to business plan is what I'm hearing.
Residents and businesses do have time.
Like they know well in advance the construction staging, phasing, the configuration.
They won't necessarily know that level of detail, but we do our best to communicate that there is a significant infrastructure project coming through and will create disruption.
And then my final question that I had outstanding for this motion is, the mover mentioned something, I don't know who they were responding to in terms of, but they said, you know, it's a city-approved, city-led project. So I guess the interplay I have is, how do we see if we're looking at a policy like this, we have a few P3s, right? The Valley Line West, Valley Line South. How do P3s play into this? If that third party is taking a longer time to construct, or?
Yeah, I mean, this could get very litigious, and I see we have lawyers on the call. But there could be an element of costs that the city bears related to this policy and the why did this happen. There could be that case, but by the nature of actually putting a policy in place, you're somewhat minimizing our opportunity to take that action because you've acknowledged that there is a construction impact to businesses.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Maybe a final question for Ms. Watt, if she's still on the line. I was wondering if I'm remembering correctly that commercial property assessments do consider revenue of the building. So, i.e., how many businesses have rented up space in the buildings? Is that correct?
It is correct. One of our approaches to value for businesses that have an income stream is to capitalize that income stream. And we consider market rental rates when we do those assessments. Although we ask for information from individual property owners on their rent rolls, that isn't information that we're able to share as it's protected under various portions of law. So what we use is actually a market indicator of typical rent for buildings. So it doesn't exactly map onto the use for this purpose.
Sure. No, that's fair. And I think my question is more just getting at, again, I think we do want to be judicious when we're using city resources to reduce taxes or offset impacts, but recognizing that there is an impact to our tax base if we have vacant commercial or we don't have those thriving businesses in commercial spaces. Is that a fair comment?
From a revenue perspective, it actually depends on the type of property. As you know, we do a balanced budget taxation. So if one property reduces in assessed value, the tax is redistributed to other properties that hold their assessed value.
Right.
So the actual impact to the tax base from a property being vacant is more related to its contribution to the economy as a whole, if you would allow me to say it that way.
Yes, no, and that makes sense. And I think you speak to the fact that again, that a business in one neighborhood has an interest in the success of a business in another neighborhood, because if the business in the other neighborhood is failing, they end up carrying more. Their assessment would be greater compared to the other one, and they would pay a higher tax.
Yes, that
Maybe
is the basic mechanism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I just want to interject and the business, we can only tax property owners, and that is still something that can be very different than business income earned by a business who rents their property.
Oh, absolutely. That's not in question, but the assessment of the landlord that informs our taxation is related to businesses, regardless of what their revenue is, but businesses being open and renting that space from them.
I think it's a bit of a challenge to make that statement broadly in the context of what's being contemplated here. Vacancy is part of our income calculations, but it isn't true to say that a business's revenue is an impact upon an assessment in a one-to-one way. It all has to do with its market value.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just trying to draw the line that the market value of the commercial property has a relationship to that property being rented and used by businesses.
That is totally fair.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great, thank you. Just a few follow-up questions. So I am revisiting the report from April, I think 9th, 2022 council meeting. And just a little bit more on the Montreal example, and perhaps it's to administration. So $25 million program. only around 15% of the business were actually eligible to apply for the grant. But recognizing that they have to share like financial statements with the city and all of that, do you have a sense of, was all 15% of those businesses actually, I'm just wondering, maybe it's not fully subscribed because there's also just some administrative barriers?
Yeah, we tried to connect with folks in Montreal to kind of get their perception of that, and there really wasn't
Right. Yeah,
clarity.
so just like, there's intent for that program, and just even the execution of that is, you're not necessarily going to be able to catch everybody either because of some just inherent challenges.
Yeah.
And then I guess, I think the report also said if we were to extrapolate from that experience, we're looking at perhaps something like $225,000 per year for about 100 businesses. I guess for the mover, like, can you clarify for me how, like, that was over a year ago, and potentially looking at net income, and in this case, like, how would you, like, what would be different from those kinds of estimation? Would the scale be kind of similar?
I think, yeah, I'm thinking the scale would be relatively similar. It might be a little bit less with some of the more defined points.
Sure.
But overall, we should prepare.
But then we're talking about around $2,200 per business for them to access, which at the time, one of my thinking was, is that gonna be what's gonna save your business throughout this construction period that's multi-year and still lots of uncertainty? So that was one piece for me. And then I think the report at the time talked about 1 to 2 FTEs at around $200,000 per year, which I would anticipate, this will require some resourcing, I imagine, from other places that might be, so some other projects might not have that kind of resource. In any case, I just want to flag those from the previous report. And I imagine a lot of businesses are still struggling with recovering from COVID impact and whatnot, and it'll be very difficult to tease that out from what is construction and what is, right? And I think we've heard some of those questions earlier from colleagues as well.
Yeah, that was my comment, that
Yeah.
It's really difficult to zero in on specific, and sorry, Stacy should be speaking to this from a financial assessment perspective, but it's very difficult to be definitive that it's related to this, and I respect Councillor Knack's assessment that there's one common factor, which is the project, but there are many factors that influence performance of business.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Rutherford brought a good point about P3, so can I just clarify with the mover, when we talk about major construction project that city have put, are you thinking specifically P3s, like the LRT project, or, what about Lewis Farm? What about, other rec and library, bike network? I mean, one can argue that's a fairly large-scale construction project citywide.
So the intent when this was first being talked about was the multi-year large-scale construction projects, like an LRT, like a bridge reconstruction, like a
rec center?
Well, but rec center, you don't typically have those around a lot of businesses. So I think about all the rec centers that we've had built. Any construction impact has been contained to the site. So I don't know if I would lump those type of projects in. While they are multi-year, all of the impact is on the site itself, not to the businesses nearby. Whereas these other types of projects are ones that actually impact people's access.
I guess just even thinking about the network, the bike network, one can argue, right, the impact there as well. So I think the definition of this is also problematic for me. Anyways, I'll leave it there. I think you've answered all my questions. Thank you so much.
Councillor Hamilton? Sorry, you to speak, right?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Just a couple of questions. Adam, you said if we want to do this, creating a grant funding option is easier and better choice? Like, what can you?
Well, so I'll start with, from interests of the city long-term, we don't feel this is an appropriate program because of the challenges that have been cited in different examples of where does it apply, where it doesn't apply, who's eligible, who's not eligible. And from a legislative perspective, and Andre mentioned this, we are protected when it comes to building infrastructure for the greater good. So I'll premise with this. But if there is interest from council's perspective to support businesses during construction, a simpler way, and you've done this with the downtown, when we were going through the pandemic, there were grant programs created where it was a simple application, a simple review, and a simple, here's your, sorry, I don't remember the dollars, but $1,000 or $1,500, whatever it was.
Got it. Can the grants be repayable, kind of set up where once the construction is over, business is benefiting from construction, then you require them to pay that grant back?
That's, I think the rationale behind the grant is that it removes the, sort of the FTE employment or operating budget burden associated with going through, which would be significant financial auditing to confirm if you have or you haven't lost. So that was really the only rationale behind the grant, that there have been cases where council has done that on the basis of a broader impact.
Okay.
And from an administrative perspective, it's easier to administer, I would say.
So you would
I
not.
would also just add that repayment of a grant actually sounds more like a loan. And we would be into different aspects of the legislation in delivering a loan program.
Oh, I see, okay. So, but non-repayable straight grant funding based on some criteria that is simple to implement would be the cleanest way if we want to do, if council have a desire to do this.
If there was a desire to do that, but again, then you'd have to find a funding source to do that.
Of course, you'd have to. But your position would be, like, your professional recommendation would be not to do either one of them, right?
Yeah, I'd say our administrative recommendation, my profession.
I would
as
say,
an
of not,
engineer,
administration, your administration's professional advice would be that.
Yeah, I would say between myself and Stacy, we struggle with this just because of the potential of creep that could happen associated with this. And it's not discounting the impacts, we understand. But our role in administration is to look at the broader, the longer term, the equity, how do we support building a city for the next hundreds of years.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to contemplate on thinking about the grant option, right? So, well, I'll think about it as whether I make a subsequent motion or I think about later on bringing forward some sort of notice of motion. I have to think more about it. Okay. All right. So I'll take the chair back.
Yep, chair is yours.
And that concludes the questions on this. Now to speak. Councillor Hamilton, do you want to start?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. I did not support this when it came back once again a year ago. Having seen the poet laureate here earlier today, perhaps could have used her help in drafting this motion, but I'll digress. I'm going to sort out some of the reasons why I might support it today. The first of which being that my objections a year or so ago had to do with the, I'm going to say the lack of accountability for the property owner, or not the property owner, the business owner, to show need. And I think that Councillor Knack has attempted to find some levers by which you could draft a policy that requires the business owner to demonstrate that there has been an impact. The second of which is that not only is there a cap, but there's a request that the money be repaid. So it also asks that the business owner essentially bet on themselves. Are they willing to say that the impact to their business is so attributable to construction that they do believe it could be repaid in out years? The third is that this is about creating a policy. And coming back to, I believe this would come back to committee. It would come back to committee. I believe everything my colleagues have said about their concerns with a potential program based on this policy. I think those concerns are justified. I also believe Councillor Knack when he says that this is an issue he's heard year over year. And I believe my colleagues have also heard that. I think having a discussion based on a substantial document at committee would allow members of the public to give us their feedback, whether or not this is a place where they feel that the time and energy of the city should be spent and the resources of the city. I think that many of the concerns that have been brought up today are good discussion, but I think that what this motion is asking for is to create a policy by which we could ask those questions, whether or not it would be better as a grant program or a loan program, whether or not this should be a program at all. And I think that we need more robust information in front of us in order to have that discussion. So that is why I would support this today. And that is why I would suggest perhaps my colleagues should also support it today. I hear the cautions coming from Mr. Laughlin, who's ever wise, and also the frustrations that with growing a city, there come impacts to people who truly can't afford them. So if we are interested in pursuing any conversation around this, and I don't believe this will ever go away, I think it would be helpful to get some sort of framework, some sense of not just what it would look like, but where the public stands on it, because this certainly won't go away, if this is defeated today, and I think that it merits some attention. So I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to Councillor Hamilton for her closing. She covered a lot of things, so I'm going to probably, or not closing her, speaking to it. I'm going to be speaking less because of that, to everyone's delight. So council's role is not dissimilar from administration's role in that we want to look at the long-term viability and success of the city. That's also a council responsibility. We just happen to have different inputs that inform how we go about doing that. Council's inputs happen to be public input and taking the beat of what the public is asking for year after year after year. If you want to look at a good example of how to sterilize a place with construction, just come down to Fort Road with me to Manning Drive, right around 66 and Fort Road, right there. We've had so many really cool little niche businesses that just could not survive extended construction periods that have gone beyond what was promised. We've lost a lot of really cool older heritage buildings in the area that were never even had the chance to get designated. They've been destroyed by fire because there's no one in the place. What's left standing at this point is a couple little shops and the Transit Hotel, which is really sad considering the history that has for the city of Edmonton. I've heard again and again from business owners just crying out for like at least attention. They realize that there may not be any help coming, but they're saying at least look at it. At least take a look so that when you give us an answer, it's one that makes sense, that we can also look at. I think that's what this allows us to do, is to take those concerns seriously and then be able to provide an answer to them. And I think that's entirely fair. That's not false hope, that's responsive governance. So this will come back again because the voice from the public is not going to stop asking for it to come back. It's that simple. So we can have this conversation again and again and again, or we can just go ahead with this, get the answers that we're looking for, look at what this policy actually means and what it looks like, and answer it. really simple. We can, and I hope that we do that. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's whole 2 minutes that you saved, Councillor Paquette. Okay. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you very much for, again, debating what we've already debated. I bring that up because I know one of my colleagues argued, we need to give a committee, this to go to committee for the public, to hear from the public. This has already been at committee. So I'd like to just remind my colleagues of that fact. And yes, maybe there's a few tweaks in here. I would honestly say that most businesses would come and say that these are like red tape inclusion as opposed to red tape reduction, if they were to come to committee. And so by creating more tightness and more barriers, are we actually doing what this is intended to do in the first place anyway? I also am very concerned, yes, this is talking about policy, but a policy without resources is very concerning. Policy that sets an expectation that we can't meet with budget is very concerning. And yes, we talked about the potential to have it integrated into capital profiles, but what I heard is that's not a really appropriate funding source, putting this on debt. It would have to be pay-as-you-go, and we know how limited pay-as-you-go was in our 4-year budget debate. There's many things that I removed from budget that were important to the residents I represent and that I hear about continually and over again that I withdrew because we did not have pay-as-you-go dollars. I also want to remind people about OP12 and making sure that our actions match the direction we're giving administration. We need to allow that process to go through its process. We need to get our finances out of deficit. We need to make sure that we're not adding more tax levy in subsequent years to what is already a big potential tax levy. So, I really encourage my colleagues to think about, in the context of all of the things that are worthwhile and valuable, they're all worthwhile and valuable. Supporting businesses and making conditions for businesses to thrive is worthwhile and valuable. So is affordable housing. So is our environment and our environmental goals. We only have so much resources to go around. We have to make tough decisions. I also want to highlight some of the things that have been brought up around equity. I do think I'm very concerned that this policy would create have and have-nots. It pits business, based on point 1, business owners would receive funding, landlords would not, even though they're literally in the same geographical footprint. Who and what counts as a big project? I have businesses on 124th Street renewal. That there's a liquor store there that phoned me crying, the business owner, because they've been impacted. But that's only a 2-year small renewal project. So that's not that their impacts aren't as important as somebody else's, right? We are creating a really big problem. And I also highlighted the businesses on Yellowhead Trail that are concerned about the overall configuration and the impacts long-term to their businesses as a result of the changes beyond construction. So all of those businesses don't count. They don't get this grant. We're excluding them. That's concerning to me. I also find it very problematic, some of the overall direction in the policy. This is actually, when we write policy, the best way to write policy is to let the policymakers write policy. We're giving very explicit policy direction here without seeing the interplay with the entirety of the policy. And some of these, I think, have very, very negative consequences, like the revenue. What if we have another significant event like the pandemic? And we're also doing a major construction project. How are we determining what's construction related, what's external related, right? The inflationary pressures, those kind of things. So I really worry about revenue. I worry about, income for specific businesses being 50% of gross revenue, it seems very specific. It almost seems too prescriptive, and I'm concerned about that. So for all of those reasons, as I didn't support it before, I will not support it again, but happy to further conversations on how we create the conditions for businesses to thrive, even in the midst of construction, in different ways.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the mover for bringing this forward. I think it's an incredibly important motion, and I do look forward to supporting it. I've been reflecting on the fact that, you know, as a city, as a council, we have recognized the need to support Edmontonians during challenging times. And we have supported businesses directly who were impacted by the pandemic through our economic recovery grants, through a variety of grants that we've provided directly to businesses. And I think we provide that support to businesses because we clearly recognize their importance in creating vibrant communities, supporting our economy, and frankly, to ensure that we continue to see positive growth in our assessment values, which empty buildings don't achieve any of those goals. So just as we support businesses in a range of ways now, and for conditions that are outside of our control, like the pandemic, I think it's equally important that we support businesses during multi-year construction projects, which you know the city does have more control over. Helping, you know, those investments that we make are critically important. I will never question the need to make those investments. But we don't benefit from empty buildings or more Edmontonians out of work. So helping businesses to stay afloat during those challenging multi-year construction projects, I think ensures that we see the highest return of value in our public investments in our communities as a whole. So I look forward to supporting this, and again, thank the mover for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'll speak briefer than Councillor Paquette. I cannot support this motion again. Well, you know, I applaud the entrepreneurial spirit of some of our mom and pop shops and that have been impacted by construction. I think we also have a fiduciary responsibility to our taxpayers, and I can just see this, like many construction projects, getting beyond scope, taking up more time and resources than that the city can provide. Some concerns regarding, you know, the geographical area, and maybe I should have clarified this in my questioning. You know, is it just right on the main road where construction is happening, or is it the impacts to, you know, to other businesses 2 or 3 blocks away? And again, I see it as an administrative nightmare for our administration to be handling, having to verify financial statements, tax returns, confirming income. So I just, at this time, I cannot support the motion, but appreciate it being brought forward again.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think when this first came up, it was during the previous council, and I followed that discussion, and you know, we're talking about some of the downtown construction, we're talking about, you know, Valley Line Southeast. A lot of it, you know, I really resonated, and I think at the time I would have wholeheartedly supported it because like the mover, I've also heard a lot of challenges from businesses. You know, I remember 28th Avenue for a very long time was completely gutted. And this is the main street for a lot of storefronts. And access was difficult, and it was really challenging. There's, you know, of course, all before the pandemic, and we're in a whole new world. And I think in the last couple rounds of discussion when this came up again, I think the administration brought some really sound arguments for and the concerns for the feasibility of a program like this. You know, not to repeat some of the pieces already mentioned by my colleague, but I am equally concerned around resourcing, around scope creep, inequity. I worry about the kind of message it actually sends to some of these businesses who went through that period previously. this kind of what about us? Have we also been forgotten? And I agree with some of the pieces that mentioned that maybe this is not the right tool and there could be other consideration. And I think the other piece I'm struggling with this discussion once again is that, yeah, we can bring the information forward. We can debate the policy, and we did that on April 4th, 2022. And in fact, there is attachment 1 is the full council policy for financial losses during major construction projects. I struggle to see what new information that another round will bring forward. And as we are often helpfully reminded by many council members at the table, whether a vote passes or not, it is a council's decision, that we own that decision. And I think, we are often discouraged to relitigate past council decisions, and I find it somewhat interesting that we are doing exactly that, and I question how does this actually undermine the democratic processes here. So for a lot of reasons and concerns, I won't be supporting this. However, it doesn't mean that does not mean that we don't support the businesses. I think we have seen a lot of successes with some of the other grant programs that have been mentioned already today. Happy to kind of go down that route and explore what else we can do. But I will also question, is this the right answer? Is this the answer that is going to solve a lot of the economic challenges? Or do we continue to take that holistic approach like I heard from administration? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartwell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I really appreciate comments that have made earlier, and particularly about relitigating or reconsidering. I think that's why some refinements were offered on this go around. I have sat through the debate a couple of times before and appreciate Mr. Laughlin and Mr. Kerbald's reiteration, frankly, of the concerns that this creates, the Pandora's box effect, how do you put limits on it. And that's why I think that this go around was to put some limits on it so that we can actually test whether or not this would have a positive effect or not, and both simplify and restrict what this program would look like. And perhaps what it needs is a bit more refinement and a bit more simplicity. I understanding that I spoke earlier about how that might be refined, that it might be a pilot project, that it might be just a few properties to test it. Because I think there's a concept piece here that we haven't fully teased out. And so I am willing to support that while I do that with some concern about just what the knock-on effects of that might be. The other thing that has changed my mind a little bit is, frankly, that there was line of sight with these projects before. And I think back to some of the bigger road projects or the LRT project, or even the Grote, the 102nd Avenue Bridge over Grote Road, that when those projects began, you could see the end. And so it was a bit of okay, I know that this is going to be a couple of years of pain, but I can fight my way through it, or I can prepare. I think that's one of the comments earlier, that businesses get forewarned and have the opportunity to prepare. What we found, though, is with these LRT projects particularly, is that they become so complex, so long, and so big that they become very unpredictable. We've seen that on all of our recent LRT projects, the past few, and not looking to cast blame or unfair criticism, but I don't know that the businesses along that alignment can actually say, well, this is going to be how long it's going to take. This is how long I can expect these delays to take place. The promises have been made, and already there's concern about whether those schedules and predictions are going to come true on that particular project, which is why I would like to see a targeted pilot on one portion of that particular project. Roadway projects like the Yellowhead have been broken down into 4 or 5 discrete projects, discrete roadway projects. So it's $1 billion project, tip to tip. It's actually a series of $100 million or multi-$100 million projects, which makes it different, different than these great big LRT projects. And I appreciate the comparison. I can appreciate the that, you know, there's a bit of a what about this and what about that and what about this project. And I find, frankly, that the roadway projects are harder to really tease out what the impacts of construction are. Twilliger Drive was raised earlier today as, you know, maybe there's businesses along there. Twilliger Drive is actually seeing an uptick in traffic because the Henday can't get its project finished. So, you know, I would say it's harder to predict just what happens with roadway projects and roadway networks. But the LRT, you know, shutting down and affecting infrastructure over a 14-kilometer or 12-kilometer stretch is different than discrete construction projects on roads. And so maybe not a lot different, maybe not different to the businesses that are in front of them, but again, those businesses have line of sight to the completion of that segment. And I would submit that people that are on all those LRT projects don't necessarily. And so the final piece of this for me is that this is not forever, it's for now. You get some relief while there's a reasonable apprehension that you're losing revenue, but you give that back when things get back to normal and when you reap the rewards of the infrastructure improvement that is going to be right at your front door. It is a loan, and it's a loan that acknowledges that it's going to be a little tougher for you now, but we expect you to pay back into the kitty later so that the next person in line has the opportunity to get a little relief when they encounter these kinds of things. So on that basis, I would like to see the policy come back to council and see what we get when council or when administration has an opportunity to tease out some of those details a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Somebody's. Oh, Tim, can you mute yourself?
Yeah.
Got it.
Good.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Now, Councillor Jans.
Awesome, thanks. Just very quickly, I think I can't support it for the reasons below, or that kind of my colleagues have mentioned and others have mentioned. I think it's challenging. It's absolutely challenging. Construction sucks, whether it's just for a season of the summer, and the summer's your peak season for your business, and you're depending on the White Avenue festivals to support you, and then you're blocked off because of a roadway change, or it sucks if it's EPCOR or ATCO or whoever digging up the ground around you. It sucks for commuters. It sucks for everyone. I don't dispute that, but that's part of living in a city, part of living in a growing city where we have to take care of things, part of having to take care of each other. And this is, you know, there's I think this just opens too many doors and is just too challenging. Again, I go back to we have certain obligations under the Municipal Government Act as a community, as a city, that we have to take care of. The province and the feds also have obligations that they need to take care of. You look at how during COVID, how the province and the feds were able to step up and support businesses and individuals for what's, you know, like a rounding error in their budget by comparison of the impact that it would have on a municipal budget. There's a lot of money in Alberta. Alberta is the wealthiest province in Canada, and yet again, Edmontonians are being asked on their property taxes to pay more for something when I think other people should be at the table. So that's yet another challenge. So I can't support this, and I appreciate the mover is getting it in both years along Stony Plain, and you know, I think we. You know, these P3 projects have been incredibly challenging, and you know, that's another conversation we've been having frequently. But to set up a policy like this now and open this door into all sorts of other pieces, I think is a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks so much. I will attempt to be very brief and just say that, yeah, absolutely continue to have sympathy for business owners who are adjacent to major construction projects. I'm in an interesting position. I actually did support the previous motion when this came before council. But, you know, I'm now looking at this in light of OP12, as a number of my council colleagues have mentioned, and I am unable to support this. You know, we are facing significant budgetary pressures. This would be considered non-core, and
quite frankly, I don't see a line of sight to financially actioning this policy. I'm mindful that even if we are optimistic and try to be creative with funding sources, it's likely going to fall back to pay as you go and tax levy. And even if we were to see similar outcomes to Montreal and it's less than anticipated, it is still going to cost us. So I'm hesitant to add more onto the pile at this time, considering how tight this budget is and upcoming budgets will be. So yeah, I will leave it there, but just wanted to share my thoughts on that. But really appreciate the conversation and dialogue today.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
No, I really want to commend Councillor Knack for chipping away at this over the last number of years. And, you know, I hear from businesses as well. I represented southeast part of the city when construction on that project started. And I still hear from businesses along that line of the ongoing impact and the long-term impact that they're going to face, some positive but some negative as well. And I hear from business around Stony Plain Road and other businesses too. And I did support this type of motion last time when came in front of us. But unfortunately, I cannot do that again. There are a number of reasons. One is that I was under the impression when we debated this last time that we will be able to go retroactive to support businesses that have been impacted by the LRT construction, particularly both Southeast Leg and the West Leg. So this motion would not do that. And if we were to find a funding source that would require the current project arrangement to pay for some of these reliefs, we cannot do that because the contract is already signed, and opening up that contract creates a whole bunch of other issues. So the only way to provide support to current businesses impacted by the construction of the LRT or other large infrastructure project currently underway is through a tax levy, whether we do that through this policy or whether we do that through a grant funding. If there's a desire among council, I'd rather explore the grant funding. Even I don't know if that will be doable within. So that's one reason, the retroactivity, not able to provide support to a current business. This is forward-thinking, future-looking, and I don't see many big projects coming our way that will benefit from this. It also creates inequity that I did not think about during the last discussion. Neighborhood renewal goes on 2 to 3 years in some neighborhoods, right? So how do you justify that to the businesses in that neighborhood, right? And there are other projects. There are other decisions that council makes that do have impact on businesses, right? So I think this does open up that slippery slope. So that's another thing that I did not properly contemplate last time. And the third one, which is absolutely significant one and main one for me changing my mind, is our financial situation has considerably changed since we last talked about it. We are going into very tough budget discussion in November, where we not only have to deal with the year-end shortfall in the first quarter of next year, which amounts to close to $73 million, but also we have pressures on wages, on settlements with the unions. We have pressures on transit, where revenue is down. We have pressures on utility costs, which are up. And these are permanent pressures. These are not temporary one-time pressures. And we need to be very careful how we allocate resources. So that is the main reason that I cannot support this. And I support businesses. We will continue to champion for them. We will continue to find other ways to supporting them, whichever way we can. But this is real tough one because I don't also see the benefits, like providing a little bit of property tax rebate. I don't know how much a difference that will actually make for their business's survival if there are structural challenges that business is facing. I would rather explore what Councillor Cartmel was suggesting, maybe do a site-based specific pilot to test out these kind of policies, and maybe that's something we can pursue in the future. So I unable to support Councillor Knack, and yeah, with that I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Knack to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. As I count, that means we're looking at a 6-6 tie. So I'll offer some final thoughts to see if I can maybe sway some perspectives. I'll start with, when I first brought this up, it had nothing to do with the West End, actually. It was originally something that came forward when High Street and the Groat Road Bridge closed, and there was some bends and some pillars, and an extra year was added on to that project. And we actually saw a business that did attribute that in part of, and other things, so it wasn't solely the bridge, to the reason they decided to close. And that sparked this in my mind, thinking that I would hate for a project that is important, that needs to be done, to be the reason that a business chooses to close down, particularly a small business. And so there have only been 2 topics that I've kept bringing up because I thought it was so important, and I appreciate the caution about relitigating everything. And there's 2 things I brought up, one of which was the ability to participate virtually in meetings, because I felt that was more democratic and needed to be pushed. The pandemic actually solved that particular issue, and then this one. So there's many votes I've lost that I haven't brought up again because, council's made the decision. But this one, for me, why I continue to stress, focus on it, I guess, is now I am going to bring in some local examples, because, when the construction started on Stony Plain Road, I'm going to talk about the sections west of 149th Street. The businesses from 149th to 156 were told that within the next few weeks, they were supposed to have the sidewalk and road completed in front of their business. And now they're being told by Marigold that they're probably another year. It is hard when you're told one thing as a small business owner, and you budget for it and you prepare for it and you try everything possible to recognize that there is a greater good, which Stony Plain Road Business Association, to be very clear, has very regularly talked about the greater good of this project, and has talked about the need to support that and the need as a group of businesses to support that. And yet, I also think it's fair for them to express concern about making sure that they're being supported while they have supported us on some of these big projects. I appreciate some of the cautions, and I'll offer a few thoughts. If we truly believe that these projects are going to have a better result, and they will actually help improve the businesses at the end, then this won't have a net cost to us. We will get repaid with the changes to this motion. And on the other hand, if it doesn't, that will mean we actually do recognize that there was an impact, and that it was good that we at least worked to try to help in one small way. And I appreciate the point, and while I understand the concerns, and this has come up in each of these discussions around Pandora's box and the slippery slope, the motion is very well defined for a reason. I have not made a motion or suggestion that we should provide funding for people because of the impacts of, dust and dirt and construction. I appreciate that caution was raised. I have not ever made a motion about allowing us to look at financial assistance to businesses because they don't like the end result of the project. There are businesses on Stony Plain Road that didn't want the LRT and feel that will negatively impact their business at the end. I've never made that motion. That's not what we're debating. And while I appreciate that fear exists, that's not actually what I've moved. It's a defined motion with a set scope that's meant to address a very specific and what I feel is unique situation, because I was happy to go to the shops on Stony Plain Road who didn't want the LRT and say, I'm here to justify, I'm happy to defend it, and I'm willing to say, no, I don't believe you're entitled to any type of financial assistance because you don't like this project that's going to be built. But specifically with regards to the impacts of construction, and this is not a West End specific motion, this is a city-wide motion, I have found it hard to justify how we do not have some small role to play in these major projects, which will have a common good at the end, but wanting to make sure that folks can actually make it through to the end of that, because that's the concern. I want to just make sure that these businesses have the actual opportunity to experience the benefit of these projects that we are building. And if they can't make it through, I do think we hold some responsibility for that. So I'm asking for support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay, so please vote.
So just before we call the vote, can I just confirm, Councillor Principe, are you in the meeting?
Yes, I have rejoined.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll make sure you're able to vote.
There you go. That's your 7th vote. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. All right, so yes, now we are on to notice of motions and motions without customary notice. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'd like to move that council waive the rules on providing notice of motion as set out in section 32 of the bylaw 18155, council procedures bylaw, to allow Councillor Hamilton to adjust the orders of the day for the October 16th, 17th, and 18th, 2023 City Council public hearing, and to cancel the October 31st, 2023 Agenda Review Committee meeting.
Okay, the second, Councillor Knack. Okay, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. They're going to make notices. We're just going to do the vote. We're ahead of ourselves. Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
All right, I'll move that orders of the day for the October 16th, 17th, 18th City Council public hearing be changed as follows. Monday, October 16th, call to order 9:30 a.m., lunch noon to 1:30 p.m., recess 3:30 to 3:45 p.m., dinner 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., recess 9 p.m. Tuesday, October 17th, continuation, call to order 9:30 a.m., lunch noon to 1:30 p.m., recess 3:30 p.m. to 3:45 p.m., dinner 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., recess 9 p.m. And Wednesday, October 18th, 2023, continuation, call to order 9:30 a.m., lunch noon to 1:30 p.m., recess 3:30 p.m. to 3:45 p.m., dinner 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., recess 9 p.m. I believe, and that item 2, that the October 31, 2023 Agenda Review Committee be canceled. I believe everyone already has holds in their calendar for a 3rd day of public hearing. This makes the meeting notice official.
Okay. Need a seconder? It's Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice? Okay.
Yeah, a second.
Okay, so that gives us 3 full days of public hearing on zoning regulation, right?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, Councillor Jens, you have questions?
No, sorry, that was previous. I signed in for a notice
Oh,
of
I
motion.
see. Oh, so, guys. And Councillor Salvador, you also have a notice of motion, right?
That's right.
Got it. Okay, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
You do?
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, Councillor Salvador, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. So notice of motion, the next regular council meeting, I'll move that administration return to committee with a report outlining the options available for supporting the Al Mustafa Academy and Humanitarian Society account 102-90545 with their current outstanding tax balance.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I have two notices of motion. I'll read them both, and I'll just send the clerk the final wording, just to make sure. Number one, that administration prepare amendments to the business license bylaw 2002, or 20002, to A, remove the option for whole home rental as a form of short-term rental, and to B, restrict in-home rental to I, the maximum number of days per year, e.g. up to 90 days, or two, I guess. Wow. Properties which the owner-operator resides in and include potential challenges to implementation of these amendments. Do Q2 2024 Urban Planning Committee. On the second motion, that administration bring forward an unfunded service package as part of the 2023 fall supplemental operating budget adjustment to undertake research, analysis, and engagement required to A, outline short-term rentals' effect on local housing affordability, zoning, and nuisance conditions and impacts to the rental, labor, tourism, and visitor economies, and B, identify options to respond to research findings, including exploring changes to existing bylaws, programs, and operational requirements, and potential advocacy to the Government of Alberta for regulation of short-term rentals. Due date 2023 budget meetings.
So just to confirm, when are you planning on making those motions? At what meeting? And are you a member? So today's
They're
notice.
for City Council. I'm giving notice that this would be debated by Council.
So you're giving notice at the next council meeting, you'll be making those two motions?
No, sorry, I'm giving notice now.
Yep.
So at the next council meeting, we can debate these.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Please vote. Oh.
No, we're not voting, no.
Oh, sorry, what
We're
I'm
just- no, we're
talking
just
about.
at
Yeah, we have no
notice.
notice of motions. Okay. Councillor Wright, you're next.
Thank you very much, and I will be making a motion at the next city council meeting on November 7th, I think. That administration prepare a report which provides a jurisdictional scan on the nature of medical services provided by the Edmonton Fire Rescue Service, equivalents of other medium to large Canadian municipalities and their related funding sources, and an analysis of Edmonton Fire Rescue Service calls for service, categorized by calls that are medical in nature, both immediately life-threatening and time-critical, and not immediately life-threatening, as defined by Alberta Health Services, as well as calls that relate to a drug poisoning response.
Can I just confirm when you're making that? Is it the next council meeting or the November council meeting?
Isn't the next one November? I was just quickly looking at my calendar.
No, the next one's
So-
your organizational meeting, and there's another one in October.
I can do it at the organizational? Okay.
100%.
I'll do it at the organizational then, please. Okay. And then it will be also an approach for how the City of Edmonton could refocus Edmonton Fire Rescue Services to respond to medical, immediately life-threatening, or time-critical events as defined by Alberta Health Services, with part of this approach exploring the feasibility and cost of using a light fleet truck and crew to respond to medical calls on top of the existing minimum staffing, while City of Edmonton works with Alberta Health Services to collaboratively amend their medical first response plan with hopefully a due date of Q1 2024.
Okay. Any more notice of motions? I see none. We are adjourned.